Gentlemen, welcome to San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors meeting. The meeting is called to order. March 17th, 2026. Time is 9:04. Please join me for a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. May God bless our men and women in uniform. Vice Chair Dink, can you lead the pledge?
Pay attention to the words. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, a roll call, please.
Supervisor Gardia,
Present.
Supervisor Canepa,
Here.
Supervisor Dink,
Here.
Supervisor Rickman,
Here.
and Chair Dollywall.
Here. Next, we have three proclamations and a presentation. Board members, can you please join me? That way we don't have to come back and forth. We can take pictures there.
What are we done?
We're doing the proclamations first.
So our first proclamation this morning is the proclamation of March 2026 as American Red Cross Month in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Felicia Woolfolk and representatives from Red Cross to the podium as we read the proclamation, which states, whereas during American Red Cross Month in March, we recognize the compassion of people in Stockton and reaffirm our commitment to care for one another in times of crisis. And whereas this generous spirit is woven into the fabric of our community and advances the humanitarian legacy of American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, one of the most honored women in our country's history, who nobly dedicated herself to alleviating suffering. And whereas the contributions of local Red Cross volunteers give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours, last year in San Joaquin County, volunteers serviced 200 clients affected by home fires and disasters by addressing their urgent needs like food and lodging, as well as providing recovery support. In addition, they installed 113 smoke alarms, collected 11,248 blood donations, and provided first aid and CPR training to 5,839 residents, and assisted 223 families of our armed forces. And whereas we hereby recognize this month of March in honor of all those who led with their hearts to serve people in need, and we ask everyone to join in this commitment to strengthen our community. Now therefore be it resolved that this San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of March 2026 as American Red Cross Month in San Joaquin County, and encourages all citizens of Stockton to reach out and support its humanitarian mission, presented the 17th day of March 2026. Chair Dollywall.
Thanks, Rochelle. Would you like to say a few words?
Just want to say thank you. On behalf of the Red Cross, my name is Felicia Woolfolk. It is an honor and a pleasure to be here today with the board and the chairman. Just thank you for your support of the Red Cross. We couldn't do what we do without your support to deliver our mission. And I just wanted to thank also your staff for supporting our blood drives. This year alone, over the past 3 years, we collected over 180 units of blood, which is the potential to save 400 lives. So that's a lot. So thank you for rolling up your sleeves and helping us deliver our mission.
Felicia, on behalf of the board, we thank you from the bottom of our heart for everything you guys do. Thank you for saving lives.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any friends with you today?
No, not today.
Can you please join us?
Sure, of course.
Next one, please.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we have the proclamation of March 31st, 2026 as Transgender Day of Visibility in San Joaquin County. And I would like to invite Simone Reyes and representatives to the podium as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas Transgender Day of Visibility is observed annually on March 31st to acknowledge the courage, contributions, and resilience of transgender, non-binary, and gender-diverse people across the United States and throughout the world. And whereas transgender people are valued members of our communities, families, workplaces, faith communities, and civic life, contributing to the cultural, social, and economic vitality of San Joaquin County. And whereas many transgender individuals continue to face discrimination, violence, barriers to healthcare, housing instability, and economic inequities that impact their safety, health, and ability to fully participate in society. And whereas visibility and representation help foster understanding, promote dignity, and affirm the humanity of transgender people of all ages, races, and backgrounds. And whereas San Joaquin County is strengthened by the diversity of its residents and is committed to supporting communities that have historically experienced marginalization and barriers to opportunities. And whereas local organizations and community leaders, including Central Valley Gender Health and Wellness and the San Joaquin Pride Center, along with other community partners, continue to uplift and serve transgender residents through outreach, health services, education, and advocacy throughout San Joaquin County. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim March 31st, 2026 as Transgender Day of Visibility in San Joaquin County and encourages residents to acknowledge the lives, contributions, and resiliency of transgender people while reaffirming their shared commitment to dignity, respect, and inclusion for all. Presented the 17th day of March, 2026. Chair Dhaliwal.
Thank you so much. Would you like to say a few words?
Of course, thank you. Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, and members of the community. Thank you to Supervisor Dhaliwal and the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors for recognizing Transgender Day of Visibility. I want to also acknowledge that in recent years, this board has taken steps to recognize and include our LGBTQ+ community, and moments like today continue that progress. I am honored to stand here today as a trans Latina and a lifelong member of this community. Here in San Joaquin County, transgender and gender diverse people are already part of the fabric of the community. Based on national population estimates, there are likely more than 5,000 transgender and gender diverse residents living in San Joaquin County today, and many more who may not feel safe publicly identifying themselves. We are your neighbors, your coworkers, students, parents, and community leaders, contributing to the life of this county every single day. And this is nothing new. More than a century ago, individuals like Jack B. Garland lived and worked here in Stockton, even contributing as a writer to the local paper of the time. In the decades that followed, LGBTQ+ people across the Central Valley built communities quietly through underground networks, through drag and performance cultures and traditions like the imperial court system. Those spaces allowed gender diverse people to support one another long before society was ready to openly acknowledge us. In more recent decades, the legacy continued through organizations here in San Joaquin County, through the San Joaquin AIDS Foundation, AIDS Walk San Joaquin, and today through the San Joaquin Pride Center and Central Valley Gender Health and Wellness, along with pride celebrations across our county, including Stockton Pride, Tracy Pride, and Lodi Pride. Across the country today, transgender people, especially young people, are increasingly the subject of political debate. But this is an important reminder of something simple. We are not political talking points. We are human beings. And I recognize that there may be people here today who hold different views about transgender issues. That is the part of living in a diverse society. But disagreement should never mean denying someone's dignity or humanity. One thing we should all be able to agree on, that every person deserves safety, respect, and the opportunity to live their lives without fear. And to the transgender young people who may hear about this proclamation, please hear this clearly. You belong in this community, your life matters, and your future matters. Today, by recognizing Transgender Day of Visibility, this board affirms something simple but powerful. Transgender residents are a part of this community. We have always been here, and we will continue to build our future here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thanks for being here this morning. Like you said, every person deserves respect, safety, and honor, and I'm so glad to present this recognition.
Thank you for
Please
doing
join
so.
us for.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My brother. How can I stand? Can I stand by you?
Rochelle, next, please.
Thank you, Chair. Next, we have the proclamation of March 14th, 2026 as Black Midwives Day in San Joaquin County, requested by District 4 Supervisor Ding. And I'd like to invite Kimberly Robinson to the podium as I read this proclamation, which states, whereas in 2022, the National Black Midwives Alliance launched a national campaign to recognize March 14th as Black Midwives Day, honoring the historic and ongoing contributions of Black midwives in improving maternal and infant health outcomes across the United States. And whereas Black midwives have played a critical role throughout history in providing culturally grounded, community-based maternity care and serving as trusted advocates for families before, during, and after childbirth. And whereas the United States continues to face a maternal health crisis, with Black women experiencing pregnancy-related deaths at rates 3 to 4 times higher than white women. And whereas in California, Black birthing people continue to experience significantly higher rates of maternal morbidity and mortality compared to other racial and ethnic groups, underscoring the urgent need for equitability and culturally responsive maternity care. And whereas local public health data indicates that Black infants in San Joaquin County have experienced infant mortality rates as high as 12.4 deaths per 1,000 live births, significantly higher than statewide averages, and that Black mothers and infants face disproportionate risks of adverse birth outcomes. And whereas the preterm birth rate among Black African American residents in San Joaquin County is approximately 13.3%, a key contributor to infant mortality and long-term health complications for newborns. And whereas initiatives such as the Prenatal Equity Initiative led by San Joaquin County Public Health Services work to address these disparities by supporting community-based approaches to maternal health and improving birth outcomes for families. And whereas the community organizations, including the Stockton Office of Black Women for Wellness, play an important role in advancing reproductive justice, maternal health education, and advocacy efforts that support Black families in San Joaquin County. And whereas recognizing Black Midwives Day provides an opportunity to celebrate the legacy of Black midwives, acknowledge their continued leadership in maternal health, and raise awareness about the need to address persistent disparities affecting Black families. Now therefore be it resolved that the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim March 14th, 2026 as Black Midwives Day and encourages continued collaboration among healthcare systems, public health agencies, and community birth workers to ensure that every family in San Joaquin County has access to safe, respectful, and culturally responsive maternity care. Presented the 17th day of March, 2026. Chair Dhaliwal and Supervisor Ding.
Thanks, Rochelle. Would you like to join me, Vice Chair?
Absolutely.
Kimberly, would you like to say a few words?
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Kim Robinson. I'm the Community Liaison and Policy Analyst for Black Women for Wellness and Black Women for Wellness Action Project. And on behalf of our community, Black Women for Wellness want to thank you for recognizing March 14th as Black Midwives Day in San Joaquin County. This proclamation is more than a moment. It acknowledges the legacy of Black midwives who have delivered our babies and cared for our families for generations. And it speaks to the urgent need to improve birth outcomes for Black mothers and babies in our county, where Black infants are more than twice as likely to be born preterm or at low birth weight compared to other races. Black midwives continue to provide culturally responsive, community-rooted care that we know improves outcomes. At this time when disparities in maternal and infant health persist, this action sends a clear message to our community, our stories, and our solutions matter. We appreciate your leadership and thank you for continued partnership in advancing equitable, community-centered care. And I want to give a special acknowledgement for my late grandmother who helped care for her community and deliver babies in the early 1900s. Thank you.
Thank you. I wanted to bring this forward for two reasons. one, I wanted to hear the story, because I wanted to hear, I get, as some of you've noticed, I just don't like division. And I want to know, I'm trying to, the ultimate goal is that we're all united at the end, and you can't get away from that focus. So I wanted to hear the story. But the second reason is, our job here as the Board of Supervisors is the safety of our community. And that's not just putting law enforcement on the street, that's not just fire departments, that's right down to the home. That's right down to the birth. And I just want to thank you, and thank you for sharing the history.
Thank you. Thank you so much for moving this forward.
And Kimberly, thank you so much for being here this morning. We recognize the National Alliance of Black Midwives for addressing these issues, along with many other organizations. These statistics are very troubling and they're scary. We must do everything we can to address this.
Thank you, and we
thank you so much
appreciate
for
the
your
support.
efforts. Please join us for the presentation.
Looking correct. You look cute.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Next, we have presentation on the Environmental Health Department functions. Presentation by Jesse Kang. Good morning.
County Administrator, can you hear me? Oh, sorry. County Council, Clerk of the Board, my name is Jasjit Kang, Director Environmental Health. It is an honor to stand before you today as part of San Joaquin County's celebration of 175th years of growing greatness. This milestone gives us opportunity not only to reflect on our past, but to recognize the systems, people, public service that quietly safeguard the health of our residents every day. Today, I would like to share the story of San Joaquin County Environmental Health Department, how it began, how it has evolved over the decades, and where it stands today as a modern public health partner protecting our communities, our environment, and our economy. Environmental health work in San Joaquin County emerged from a single but powerful idea. That is public health, which is inseparable from the environmental health in which people live, work, and raise families. As the county grew through agriculture, industry, population expansion in early and mid-20th century, it became increasingly clear that safe food, clean water, proper waste disposal, and disease prevention required organized oversight and consistent standards. One of the earliest formal responsibility granted to county came in 1938, when San Joaquin County Local Health District was authorized to enforce provision of California Food and Agriculture Code related to dairy farm sanitation and inspection. At that time, dairies were not just agriculture businesses. They were a critical component of food safety and public health. This authority marked one of the county's earliest structured commitments to environmental health protection. In the post-World War II era, rapid development brought new challenges. Home expanded beyond city infrastructure, and with that came the need of safe wastewater disposal and drinking water system. In 1950, county issued its first septic permit on September 25th for a property located on 5324 East Main Street in Stockton. That single permit represents the beginning of what would have become decades oversight to prevent groundwater contamination and protect neighborhood health. By 1965, recognizing the importance of safeguarding drinking water sources, San Joaquin County adopted regulation governing water well construction and safety. The county's first well permit followed in 1972, reflecting a growing understanding that protecting water at the sources is one of the most effective forms of disease prevention. These early efforts laid the foundation for environmental health, would become a department focused on prevention, science, and long-term protection of public. In 1970s and 80s, environmental health expanded its oversight of solid waste facilities, landfills, transfer stations. This era brought increased awareness of landfill gas migration, groundwater protection, and the need of structured waste management system. Inspectors were tasked with monitoring landfill operation, ensuring proper waste compaction and coverage, and preventing explosive gas conditions. These responsibilities continue today. During the same period, environmental health responsibility extended beyond traditional sanitation and the infrastructure into regulation of public gathering. For many years, the department issued and viewed dance permits. An early form of oversight focused on crowd safety sanitation, ventilation, and disease prevention in places where people gather closely together. While this responsibility may seem unexpected today, it is reflect a long-standing understanding of that environmental health is not limited to facilities and infrastructures, but also includes the condition under which community come together. You have it. Photo description, dance permits were kept in the logs, but we do not issue permits anymore. There are entertainment permits with CDD. In 1980s, also highlighted the role of environmental health during emergencies. Historical record from 1983 Lathrop floods shows inspectors responding to a failing septic system, damaged redwood tanks, saturated leach field, and compromised infrastructure. These events reinforce the importance of environmental health as a frontline responder during a disaster, working to prevent secondary public health crises after floods and storms. In 1989, environmental health began inspecting hospitals, healthcare facilities for proper handling of infectious waste. This work evolved significantly over time, culminating the Waste Management Act, which took effect in 2017 and established comprehensive statewide standard for handling, storage, and disposal of medical waste. Another major milestone came in 1990s when California recognized the need to simply and unifying hazardous material regulations. Hazardous material regulation had become fragmented and difficult to navigate for both regulators and businesses. In response, state established a Certified Unified Program Agency, or CUPA, framework to consolidate multiple hazardous material waste program under a single coordinated authority. This approach improved regulatory consistency, reduced redundancy, the strengthened environmental and public safety protection statewide. San Joaquin County was officially designated as a CUPA in 1997, following authorization by the board. Since that time, Environmental Health Department has served at the local administrator for unified program operating under state certification and oversight while providing inspections, technical assistance, and enforcement to regulate facilities throughout the county. Each of these movements reflect a department that has a consistently adapted, responding to risks, the expectation while remaining grounded in its core mission of public health protection. On August 21st, 2001, Board of Supervisors voted a separate environmental health and public health and created a standalone environmental health department. Today, the San Joaquin County Health Department oversees a wide range of programs that touch nearly every residence of the county, often in a way that goes unseen but deeply impactful. Food safety remains one of the most visible and essential services provided by environmental health. Per CDD, roughly 48 million people across US get sick every year. It's like foodborne outbreaks or foodborne illnesses. It's pretty high number. In 2025 alone, environmental health conducted 3,482 routine food facility inspections. These inspections ensure that food served in restaurants, markets, schools, and other facilities is handled safely and prepared in compliance with the health standards, preventing foodborne illnesses and protecting public confidence in our local food system. In addition to food safety, environmental health play a critical role in protecting residents through the regulation of public swimming pools. San Joaquin County has approximately 700 permitted public pools located at apartment complex, hotels, schools, fitness center, and community facilities. Each pool is routinely inspected to verify proper water chemistry, filtration systems, safety equipment, required signages, and overall operational compliance. Improperly maintained pools can pose serious risks, including the spread of recreational water illnesses, chemical exposure, and drowning hazard. Our inspector monitor disinfectant level, circulation system, safety barriers, and operation training to ensure that pools remain safe places for families, children, and community members, particularly during a high use of summer months. Dairy sanitation remains another important component of our work. While San Joaquin County was once home to approximately 170 active dairies in 1980s and 1990s, today there are 68. Despite this decline, every dairy in our county produces grade A milk, meeting the highest standard for the quality and safety. In 2024, the department faced a significant challenge when the H5N1 viruses, commonly known as a bird flu, was detected in California dairies, including those here in San Joaquin County. Approximately 75% of our local dairies were impacted. Raised concern about milk production and worker safety. Environmental health worked closely with public health and Office of Emergency to distribute personal protective equipment, provide bilingual education, and support dairy operators and workers. This coordinated response demonstrated the department's ability to protect both public health and critical food safety during emerging threats. Environmental health play a vital role in protecting groundwater, surface water through oversight of septic and and water wells. Excuse me. Since 1998, department has issued 18,370 septic system permits, each one reviewed to ensure proper design, installation, and long-term functionality. These systems are critical in rural and semi-rural areas where centralized sewer systems are not available. Proper oversight prevention contamination of drinking water sources and reduce the risk of disease. Water well regulation is equally important. Inspector oversee well construction, modification, destruction, and water quality sample to ensure that drinking water remains safe from contaminants. This work reflects decades of regulation evolution shaped by Safe Drinking Water Act and its subsequently amended, which expanded contaminants monitoring, eliminated lead materials, and prioritized transparency with water users. As the county has grown in both population and industrial activities, the responsibility of manage hazardous waste safety has become increasingly important. San Joaquin County meets its responsibility through its role as a CUPA. Today, this program encompasses oversight of hazardous materials storage and handling, accident release prevention, petroleum storage system, hazardous waste generator, and underground storage tank. These activities are essential in preventing releases that could contaminate soil, groundwater, or air, and in ensuring that businesses operate safely and responsibly. Environmental health staff conduct a routine inspection, review safety plans, verify employee training, and coordinate with the emergency responder to ensure preparedness in the event of an accident. This work not only protects nearby communities and the environment, but also supports first responder by ensuring they have accurate, up-to-date information when responding to emergencies. The CUPA also responds to many hazardous waste spills throughout the county and ensure they are properly cleaned up. Currently, San Joaquin County has 287 ground storage tank facilities covering 793 total tanks. Each tank represents a potential environmental risk if not properly maintained. In addition, our department inspects 2,431 active hazardous waste facilities and 921 hazardous material business plan facilities. Through regulation inspection, monitoring, and compliance oversight, environmental health works to prevent leak and release before they could occur, saving significant remediation costs and protecting vital groundwater resources. Beyond enforcement, the CUPA program also emphasizes education and partnership. Staff work closely with businesses to help them to understand requirements, correct deficiencies, and implement best practices. This collaboration approach supports economic activity while maintaining strong environmental safeguards. As San Joaquin County continues to grow, diversify, the role of CUPA program will remain critical by integrating prevention, preparedness, and compliance. The environmental health ensure that hazardous material are managed safely today and that future generation inherit a cleaner, and safer environment. Environmental health continue to oversee the proper handling and disposal of medical waste, including pharmaceutical waste, sharps, pathology waste, and biohazardous materials such as blood Inspector verified that healthcare facilities comply with storage, labeling, and disposal requirement, reducing the risk of exposure to workers and the public. In addition, since 2012, environmental health has regulated tattooing, body piercing, and permanent cosmetic under a Safe Body Art Act. Inspection focus on hygiene, sterilization, training, sharp disposal, protecting both artists and clients while supporting legitimate businesses and that operate responsibly. Solid waste oversight remain a core function of environmental health. Inspector monitor landfills and transfer stations to ensure proper waste handling, employee training, record keeping, and environmental controls. Modern priorities are now include recycling, waste diversion, with increased emphasis on materials such as metals, used oil, green waste, and cardboards. These efforts support states' sustainability goals while reducing landfill impacts and protecting air and water quality. As we reflect 175 years of growing greatness, the story of environmental health, San Joaquin County, is one of adaptation, responsibility, and dedication. From early dairy inspection in 1930s to the first septic permits in 1950s to modern responses to emerging disease and environmental environmental risk, the department has consistently worked behind the scene to protect the public health, often without recognition, but always with a purpose. Today, environmental health stands as a multidisciplinary team of professionals committed to community partnership. As a county continues to grow and face new challenges, the department remains prepared to serve with the same commitment that has defined its work for generations. Thank you for the opportunity to share this history, for your continued support of the mission to protect the health, safety, and environment of San Joaquin County yesterday, today, and generation to come. Well, here I also like to thank John, who helped me to put together this presentation, and my staff. And that concludes my presentation. And we are here if you have any question.
Thank you, sir. Board members, any questions for Director Khan? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Thank you.
Now is the time for public comments. Any person desiring to speak on any item that's not on this agenda may do so now. Please fill out a public comment card and you will be recognized. Please refrain from personal attacks and address your comments to the board. Mr. Adami?
Good morning, board members. Chairman,
Morning,
my
sir.
wife, Mary Hope Adami, Linda Vasquez, and from our post, Saron, 20-year Army veteran, and Paul, United States Marine Corps. We stand here before you humbled by your presence and humbled for asking the board for your support for the Vietnam moving wall. At 19 years old, United States Marine, I served in Vietnam, Purple Heart recipient. Nobody wants a Purple Heart. It's not something you train for, hope for, or dream about. You don't earn it the way you earn a ribbon for excellence or a medal for an achievement. You received it because something went wrong, very wrong. You were wounded, or a brother beside you was killed in action. Like so many brothers and sisters of today, we were young when we went to Vietnam. We had a uniform, a set of orders, a sense of duty bigger than ourselves. We didn't ask if it was easy. We didn't ask if it was fair. We showed up for each other. For so many years, Vietnam veterans didn't talk about our service when we came home. There were no parades, no warm welcomes, no understanding of what we have seen in the cost of our youth. So we learned to stay quiet. We tucked the memories away and carried on. When the Vietnam Moving Walk comes to Stockton, it gives people permission to remember, to grieve, to honor, and to say out loud the names of those who never had the chance to come home and grow old. That's why the Vietnam Moving Walk matters. It's not just a piece of black granite panels etched with names. It's a place to feel, a place of healing, a place for stories that are finally allowed to breathe. And for those of us who survive, the wall reflects the faces we still see when we close our eyes. Bringing the Vietnam Moving Walk to Stockton is an act of respect, not just for veterans, but for the families who have lived with the loss of their lives for decades, for the parents who will never stop setting an extra plate in their heart. It's for the generation that served, sacrificed, and often felt forgotten. By supporting the Vietnam Moving Walk, you're helping create a space where remembrance can happen together, where younger generation can learn the true cost of freedom, where Vietnam veterans can stand quietly understanding each other without saying a word. So thank you for your generosity. Thank you for caring. Thank you for helping us bring the Vietnam Moving Walk to Stockton. And thank you for remembering those who did not come home and those who came home carrying a weight more than anyone can see. Thank you, board members.
Thank you, sir. And Juan Perez.
Hi, good morning, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Juan Perez, and I'm with La Familia Central Valley. We have an office here in Stockton, and so I want to start off by saying that we appreciate the partnership with San Joaquin County Behavioral Health to provide full-service partnership services to individuals living with severe mental illness and trauma. Since launching our services just a few months ago, after county certification of our facility and hiring and training highly qualified staff, we have helped many members avoid homelessness, incarceration, and hospitalization, which, as you know, is extremely costly. Our FSP program delivers support within the community at a lower cost. It makes a meaningful difference in members' lives and helps keep them safe in their community. Our team has successfully engaged approximately 85% of members that have been referred over by the county, many whom are showing positive outcomes. Consistent relationship-based care has been essential in helping members sustain and build trust. Recently, one member shared, "I don't know how you found me, but I thank God that you are helping me." And then he went on to explain that over the years, he's experienced many changes in providers, and each time he has a new provider, it feels like he has to start over, and at times he feels hopeless. While we were encouraged by his progress, we are also concerned knowing that if in a few months, we will no longer provide this support, and hope and pray that he does not fall through the cracks. As the contract is set to conclude on June 30th, we respectfully encourage the board to consider options that maintain continuity of care, helping members sustain progress, and avoid the significant costs of incarceration and hospitalization. We want the board to know that La Familia Central Valley is committed to San Joaquin County. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Elon Brittingham.
Hi Supervisors, my name is Ellen Brittingham. I just wanted to take the opportunity this morning to introduce myself. I'm your new PG&E representative for this region. I look forward to being a partner to the county and a resource to all of you and your staff. You may have gotten a few email communications from me already, so I just wanted to put a face to that email. If you have any questions for me, I'll take them, but if not, I've left my contact information with your clerk and with my public forum, so.
Thank you. Questions? Anybody? No, got it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much and welcome. Eric Christian?
Good morning again, Supervisors. Eric Christen, Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction, formed 28 years ago by union and non-union construction firms to oppose discriminatory and wasteful project labor agreements. It's good to be back again. I just wanted to remind you the last two emails I sent you had to do with the new Department of Labor statistics that shows that in California, like the nation as a whole, 90% of the construction workforce chooses to wake up on a daily basis and work in a union-free environment. That's in the construction industry. Those are the people that are excluded from projects that are covered by traditional project labor agreements. We've sent you language that has fair PLA language in it that would allow for these contractors to bid and work on it, but a traditional PLA will just exclude that percentage. The next one we sent you had to do with one of the most egregious things that's said by PLA proponents is that PLAs are necessary to stop wage theft or misclassification of employees. Of course, that's not true. There's already institutions in California in place to protect against that, but there have been multiple studies on PLA projects that found there were misclassifications of employees, there was wage theft that went on, and I don't think these contractors in most of the cases are intentionally doing this, but if you understand how prevailing wage works in the state, it's so complicated that if you call the DIR and ask them for wage classification 4 times, you'll get 4 different answers. So I don't believe necessarily these union construction firms on PLA projects are misclassifying intentionally or ripping off their workers. I think the prevailing wage laws are just incredibly complicated, but that's an email that we sent you citing the 2 examples of these PLA projects in which there was misclassification of employees and there was improper wages paid. City of Milpitas and the Los Angeles Unified School District, a school that was built there, are the 2 projects. Lastly, Santa Barbara County, after 15 years of us keeping PLAs at bay there, they finally agreed to try them on 6 test projects. Last week they had their first, and I haven't sent this yet, but I will when I get back to the office, but I wanted to speak to you personally about it. Staff had an update on how the first 3 projects are going. Here's what they wrote. CWA coordination on these 3 projects to date is approximately $250,000. Costs for the next 3 planned projects are estimated to cost approximately $370,000. So if you have $600,000 sitting around just to add a new layer of bureaucracy as to how you build things, that's what you can expect. All 3 projects had a limited number of bids and exceeded the engineer's estimates for construction. No surprise. You're reducing 90% of the construction workforce from being able to work for you. You're going to get fewer bids and you're going to get higher costs. Local labor fluctuated in the 10 to 68% range. Local labor usage rates were higher than this for non-PLA projects. Everything that PLA proponents sell you as to why they're necessary is a lie. It doesn't work. Santa Barbara County just showed it once again with their staff report, which I'll send to you when I get back. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Manuel. Thank you. Manuel Jimenez.
Thank you. My name is Manuel Jimenez, and I'm the Regional Director for La Familia Central Valley. First, I want to say I'm also a veteran of the United States Army. I was in the 82nd Airborne Division, and I support, every time I go to Washington, D.C., one of the places I always go to is the Vietnam Veterans Memorial, and to have it here in San Joaquin County would be really great. So again, last week, San Joaquin County put out a release of a press release stating all the cuts that are going to happen in the public health system due to the One Big Beautiful Bill. and I think it's going to be devastating for San Joaquin County. The Behavioral Health Department kind of received a double whammy with the passing of Prop 1, which is really just a moving from some behavioral health funds to another program, and it's just, you know, taking from Paul to pay Peter. And really it's going to be devastating for the department and also for us personally, because La Familia is losing their contract with San Joaquin County. One of the things I would encourage the directors in the public health system is to look at what they can do to increase revenue and look what they can do to decrease expenses. One of the things I did as a behavioral health director in Merced County and in Solano County, we looked at that, and we looked at a redesign, and we looked at what we can do to reduce expenses. And there was some low-hanging fruit that we could address. And in Solano County, we reduced our clients in locked facilities by 50%. In Merced County, we got all of our folks out of the state hospital and brought them back into the community. So that saved us a great deal of money, and it also helped create more revenue for us too. So I really encourage directors in the public health system and behavioral health to work with their providers to address these issues, to see what we can do to bring in more revenue and also decrease higher levels of care. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Carla Heaney.
Good morning, Board. Happy to be here this morning. I'm a little confused, though. We have 3 items on the consent calendar that I thought were approved 2 weeks ago when we had a board meeting. So I need somebody to explain why 17, 18, and 19 are on consent when you get there. Okay, once again, I'm approaching you to ask the register of voters to not process, count, tabulate, or touch any ballots prior to 8 o'clock on Election Day. The priority of the ROV office should be to promote heavily vote in person at your polling place, as that is the most secure, easiest, and fastest way to vote. You save postage, you save all kinds of things. Your vote gets counted immediately, and you do not have to go through any signature verification, which you have to on vote by mail ballots. And that's what takes so long to do. Also, if somebody in vote by mail decides to vote for me, then when I get there to vote in person, my ballot's already been processed. I have to do provisional, and it never gets counted. That is not fair. That's voter suppression, and this needs to stop. There's no law that says it has to be done, and why not wait like we used to do? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Axland.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for this time. I'm Jeffrey Axland with American Legion Post 249 in Manteca, and it's hard to follow Mr. Adame's speech, so I won't try. I just want to say thank you very much for your unwavering support of veterans, veterans events, veterans needs across the board. Thank you so much. Bringing the memorial wall to Stockton and your help and support with that is just incredible. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Prism Etica. Prism, you want to speak on discussion item 4? Either you can make your comments now, or you can wait till we discuss that item. It's up to you.
Okay. I get 3 minutes?
Together in a search for proof.
In the last month here in Stockton, me and like 4 of my trans sisters have all been beaten up and assaulted by the police. And I was detained at the Stockton ICE facility 2 weeks ago. And I was talking to some of the femmes here, and I think it is insane that there are no Board of Supervisors who are women. That is mind-blowing to me. And they were telling me that Kathy Miller, was that her name? Kathy Miller? Kathy Miller was, years ago. It is, I don't know. It's just baffling that is there 5 of you? So there's 5 of you who are the board of, okay, there's 5 of them? And you're, I'm just gonna speak it so, but you're all dudes. That's crazy. Okay, 40 more seconds. Oh my God. So, I was at the city council meeting the other day, and Stockton is literally trying to make it illegal to, I mean, I live by UOP, but I have lots of friends who are unhoused, and Stockton as a city is trying to make it illegal to be homeless, and that's insane. So for my last 12 seconds, oh my God, this is crazy. If you have sensitivity to noise, I would cover your ears. Ah! Ah! Thank you.
Thank you. Molly Watkins.
Okay. All right, I want to ask you to pull the item number 18 on the consent calendar, and I want you to review it. I realize that you had 1,700 pages in your packet, and the election stuff was over 50 pages or over 40 pages. So you probably didn't read number 18. It is the governing document that the EAC, the Election Advisory Committee, is supposed to work through. There was no discussion at their meeting in January, whenever it was. Their next meeting is April 2nd. So they need to go back and look this over. There are terrible flaws in here. Basic things like we took out the names of the previous chairman, which would be Mr. Ding, and that's correct. That probably shouldn't be in there, but we left the ROV staff names in there. Well, that doesn't work because this is supposed to be a long living document. We don't know how long the employee is going to be there. The other troubling thing in this document is that we've changed the mission of this group from advising to may advise. Exactly what does that mean? Isn't that the purpose of this committee? And the committee was supposed to meet as needed, and so we have quarterly meetings. Are we not supposed to be addressing the issues at an election? So if the election happens, we might have a problem and we need to address it. Or maybe the state comes up with a new mandate and the committee should review it for your pleasure. There's several other things in here that are also incorrect. The only good thing in here is the alternate members have the ability as sitting members to speak during the meeting, which was not spelled out. And I would hope that your alternatives who come, there are 10 total, 5 are appointed and are the city person, and then they have an alternate, and that the alternate can speak. They can't vote, and I'm good with that. But this is troubling. This is wrong. And I know you didn't read it because I had to dig through to find it. So I'm asking you to pull 18 and let's look at it and bring it back. It doesn't matter. It won't affect the April 2nd meeting. But if you're serious about elections and you want to make me feel good, pull this off this and let's redo this thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Molly. Next, we have meeting minutes for March 3rd, 2026. Board members, any comments?
Move to approve.
Second.
Call for vote, please.
Did you ask if there was anybody remaining that wanted to speak?
Oh.
Chair, if we could finish the vote on minutes, it's on the floor, and then return to
Then
public
go back.
comments if you wish.
Okay. Please cast your vote. Motion passes 5-0. Now we will go back to public comments, please.
Good morning, Chairman Dollywall, Board of Supervisors. My name is Melanie Knott, and I'm a concerned patriot citizen of San Joaquin County. Across the country, the topic of election integrity, AKA voter fraud, has heated up. There's lots of talk about the Save America Act and the high percentage of American citizens who would like to see the act passed and signed by the president into law. The Save America Act would simply require a valid ID, proof of citizenship, and no mail-in ballots except for illness, disability, military, or travel. Contact your senator in Congress and urge them to vote to pass the Save America Act today. Now, a few words about Transgender Day of Visibility. I feel it's important, no, imperative, to mention Chloe Cole's story. Chloe Cole's story. Chloe is now a 20-year-old detransitioner and activist from California who underwent medical transition between age 12 and 16 before detransitioning. Chloe now also advocates against gender-affirming care for minors, citing medical regret and failure of care providers. The field of medicine. What's happened to the Hippocratic Oath of do no harm? When asked what she would tell others about transgenderism, Chloe warned others to wait, seek family support, and listen and hear this simple message of her spiritual faith. God is there for you. He is the one who created you, and you can seek his counsel. His name is Jesus. Just call on his name. Thank you. Have a great day, and God bless you all and these United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have consent items from 1 to 41. Board members, any item needs to be pulled from my right side. 10. And 21 and 26. On my left.
17, 18, and 19.
Supervisor Rickman? No? Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gardia, item number 10.
I just want to thank our CEO and their team getting together with the city of Stockton and having what I believe is a good outcome for our community. You know, I've been in the seat for a year, and you know, I want to commend the city of Stockton that they really have stepped up and are really working hard to come up with solutions that suits our county and our city much better. So I just want to thank your team and glad we got past this.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you. Rochelle, can we take a vote on all the pulled items together or one at a time?
Well, you can take a vote on consent items altogether. I
Together.
believe that there will be an amendment recommended for consent item 17.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Ding, 17, 18, and 19.
Thank you, and it's Director Hale. I'm going to skip them and go to number 18. And the reason I'm going to number 18 is because the whole world revolves. Molly, you wanted to make you happy and pull 18, so I pulled it. Although I disagree with you. Okay? The committee is set up for the supervisor who's chairing the meeting, which is, excuse me, Chairman Dollywall and his staff, and this is the guide that they have put together for their committee. I still think you have other avenues. You have direct access to all the supervisors. I don't really care who the chairman is. I don't care. It's an advisory role. So I hear you, but I'm not going to take up a lot of time on that today. 17, the only reason I pulled 17 is and not that I want to monkey around with 17, but I want you to pay attention because as a member of the Board of Supervisors, we're supposed to remember what hat we're wearing. Okay, we're not Republicans, we're not Democrats, we're county supervisors. And in this era of budget crunches, which, I've been talking about 2-3 years, the gravy train is coming to an end. Well, it came to an end. And so we have a fiduciary responsibility to watch out for every flipping dime of taxpayer money because it's not our money. Just want to remind everybody of that. While I agree with 17, I do want to point out that there are general funds. This isn't, state money pouring in all the time. It takes 25% out of general fund for that. So we've spent that money. But what I do want to spend time is number 19.
Through the chair, if it's okay, Supervisor Dean, there's a correction to 17. Should we address that now? It's a correction to the title that might clarify things.
Okay.
Okay. So under the recommendation for item 1, it reads currently retroactively approve the voting system replacement grant agreement, state agreement number 25G30119 with the state of California for election security from July 1, 2025 through August 31st, 2026 with a maximum amount of $3,017.46 in grant funding. It should read retroactively approve the voting system replacement grant agreement, state agreement number 25G30119 with the state of California for voting system replacement from July 1, 2025 through August 31st, 2026 with a maximum of $3,017.46 in grant funding.
Thank you. And we can move that to a separate vote with the amendment when the time is right. You would do?
You could do that, or you could approve it as amended.
Okay. All right, then I can go to 19 now, and we do that at the end, correct, counsel?
I'm sorry, what was the question with respect to 19?
I said I'm going to move to 19. We will take care of amendment 17 at the end.
Yeah, when you go to approve everything, you could say consent calendar as amended with respect to 17.
So this was something the board agreed to a couple of weeks ago, and the reason I pulled it forward is I don't think maybe we didn't communicate the message, excuse me. Maybe we didn't communicate well enough. Again, with the Election Advisory Board, they advise things to the director. If you heard what Director Hale said during our conversation about the extra boxes and security cameras, which he actually says, I wouldn't advise doing this right now. And I think we're getting so caught up on this partisan boxes or Democrat and, voting that we're losing focus of what our primary responsibility is yes, we want, adequate exceptional ability for people to vote, but we also have to think about what we're spending on this. And what has become prevalent is we can put, and correct me if I'm wrong, we can put another 50 boxes. Well, no, we can't. We don't own 50. We can put the other 2 boxes out there, and those don't cost us money. But the security cameras do. And right now, the way we have this next election coming up, you're spending $250,000 on these cameras, okay? And this is where you get into the partisan pissing match. You got a lot of my friends, and I love you to death, support you. They want cameras on flipping everything, okay? Except for the mailboxes, okay? I mean, this is going back and forth. The Democrats want 50, boxes out there, even though we have 187 mailboxes. At the end of the day, we have to make a fiduciary decision on what makes sense and what we can afford. And spending $250,000 on cameras that don't actually show anything, in my opinion, because the fraud that has been demonstrated in this county happened long before it ever hit a drop box. And quite frankly, if you put cameras on the drop box, if you think there's fraud, they're gonna put them in a mailbox. It's ridiculous. And at the end of the day, I don't think we're spending taxpayer dollars wisely. But the question I wanted to ask the director in front of you, am I correct? 2, we had talked about how else could we be spending that $250,000 in a wiser fashion for election security?
Absolutely, and through the chair, thank you Supervisor Dean for your question and bringing this forward. I will share that the Dropbox cameras are extremely expensive, and in my professional opinion, the drop boxes are not where we're catching any issues. We're catching those when we do signature verification. There's a lot of protocols in place. The drop boxes are tracked when they're open. There's 2-person integrity. There's chain of custody logs that are tracked through serial numbers and cable lock seals. We're recently, the vans that the ballots are picked up in have now 2-way cameras, so the ballots will be on camera till they get to this office, and then they will be on camera the minute they enter into the building. And so I think we're doing all we can. The cameras make the public feel good, but again, at almost $250,000 per election, not per year, but per election, it is very expensive. And we are able to bill out a portion of that, and we do that through our election billing, but what that really means is our smaller districts are picking up a portion of that cost. So in transparency, the cameras, although they make the public feel good and it seems as though the advisory committee liked them, they are very expensive. And as we're looking at budget crunches and even talking with the CAO's office currently about our budget, one of our items is how are we going to fund these cameras? And we're having to put it in as a supplemental request to be able to fund it for the future. So it is something that's concerning. With that, these security grants, they're not huge like they were in the past at $175,000 when we got one a few years ago and used it on the cameras. We do have some smaller portions, and those security grants can actually be used for different things. And I have a list here that I'll share with you. Privacy awareness and incident response is some of the items is one item. Cybersecurity, anything to enhance our network and structure to ensure cybersecurity. Physical security, this can include security guard costs, first aid supplies, panic alarms, security cameras, seals, emergency generators, storage for election equipment and supplies. If needed. Security and privacy awareness and training would include, it's exactly what it sounds like. We could be reimbursed for training our election staff on how to be with security and privacy. And then of course, incidents response, which would be reactive if we did have like an emergency response and we had to do something to secure the election like immediately. So those are just a list, and there are more items in detail in the agreement, but those are kind of high level, the different things that we could choose to use this funding for.
Thank you. And then I would just like to comment to the board, again, this money doesn't just, come floating down from heaven. When you get members of your community in your districts that complain about the high cost of their election, like Stockton East Water District, and they're trying to figure out why they're spending hundreds of, it's just absolutely insane. Lincoln Unified School District, every single time they have a special election, they're trying to figure out why their elections are so expensive. It's expenses like these, and they get passed down to the district, And at the end of the day, it costs the taxpayers more money. And then I'd like to make one other further point, and I'm not sure how it's going to go. I don't have, well, somebody in this room has direct line to the White House, but it's not me. I don't know what's going to happen with the Save America Act that's coming out on the Senate floor. I believe it's tomorrow is what they have scheduled. Could wipe all this out because it requires ID at voting booths. So whether that happens or not, I guess what I'm saying is I think we ought to pull this item and not spend the $250,000 on cameras that just make people feel good. And let's bring it back and think about it, and I think the director would concur.
Through the chair, just to clarify, the ask today is for the grants to sign the grant so that we can actually get that money. Just like back last year with the grant that was in May, we could sign for it but not agree on what we're going to spend that money on, so we can hold on what we're going to do with that money and come back and make a different recommendation for that money. But today the ask is just to sign the agreement, so I don't know through council if that can be achieved. And then to be clear, it's not the $250,000 for the camera. So we're actively in the process of securing our contract with EarthCam for the June election. I don't know if that can be covered through this item or if I need to bring back an item in 2 weeks on the Dropbox cameras specifically.
I'm wondering if we ought to just come back in 2 weeks on those cameras so that we're not holding everything else up. This is why you make the big bucks, Ed.
Unfortunately, this is the first I'm hearing of this, so I'm kind of flying by the seat of my pants. It's up to you. I mean, is it essential that this be approved today, or could we deal with it in 2 weeks?
I think so. As far as signing the agreements for I just want to be clear, we're bringing back the item, the Dropbox camera item in 2 weeks, along with the recommendation on what to spend the grants on. And we're going to also bring back the grants to be signed at that time, or?
It's up to this board. If Supervisor Dame, if you want to make a motion to that effect, that is something.
I'd like some advice from county.
Thank you, if I may, through the chair. So I believe this item is only for you to sign the agreement, but only up to $8,324. So I would think that you would have to bring another item back to the board to address what Supervisor Ding is asking for as far as the entire cost of the up to $250,000 for all the cameras.
So the grant itself is only for $8,000. It's not. There's a grant that was approved last year in May for $15,000, and then this one for $8,000. Our recommendation through the advisory committee was to use that total of $24,000 for the drop boxes. Okay. We've already signed the agreement for the $15,000. This is just a sign to say, yes, state, we want our $8,000, but our office can take no action, and we can come back and say, this is what we're recommending to spend the $24,000 on. I think the Dropbox cameras is a completely separate topic from the grant. The grant was just proposed to help with offsetting that cost for the Dropbox
So
cameras.
only up to $24,000. The
Yes.
previous $15,000 and this $8,000.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gardia.
So we're just actually, just sir, to clarify this, we're just looking to move forward with the grant process with 18.
Correct.
Okay.
And then we'll come back, you will come back with a recommendation on alternative items to be funded other than.
With the full $24,000, yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
But in 2 weeks, it'll be the Dropbox item, and then we'll bring back something separate to what we're going to spend the $24,000 on. Is that how I understand it?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
But you just so the board understands, there's no such thing as a free lunch. So every time you put out a Dropbox, it doesn't cost us anymore. It does, because it's more manpower, it's more security, then they want cameras on them. So, and there are things that don't happen on the other 187 mailboxes scattered throughout the county. So we've gotten in a pissing match about these boxes, and we really need to look at it in these budget times and say, are we getting the bang for the buck? And that's kind of what we want to do, is bring it back and take a look at it.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair.
took my button off. I think it's already answered. I mean, this is all good and all, the conversation but we're having, but this is about a grant. So if you want to talk about, cameras or drop boxes, bring it back.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Steve. Supervisor Canepa, 21 and 26. Public comment, sorry. Anybody from public want to speak? Anybody? Thank you. 21 and 26, please.
Thank you. So on 21, we have the retroactive approval of psychiatrists, and it's just a little alarming, going forward. So it's not really clear the vacancy savings, and then, we're doing B-well, and there's a shortage of psychiatrists. And it's just kind of alarming that the dollar amount just keeps going up and up and up, and it's so expensive. I mean, it's millions of dollars that just keep coming back. What are we proactively doing to stop this so we don't have a bunch of locums and a bunch of folks, that, aren't rooted in our community to do the work? And I know it's a necessity because of the caseload, but as we're talking about, getting rid of a lot of these outside contracts just because of SB1 and HR1, and we need to be more proactive in how we do that. And it's just kind of, I see these numbers, and thank you, Sandy. Sandy's putting back up with me because there was 1,787 pages in the agenda, and there's a lot of these that are in consent that I think are gonna, need to be brought forward and figure out a better strategy of what we're doing. So if you could address that, 5 different parts of that question for me, please, I'd appreciate it.
Through the chair, board, county administrator, county council, I'm Faye Vieira, your behavioral health director, and I'd be happy to answer your questions. There was a lot of questions in there, so if I do forget one, please let me know. First, you asked, what are we doing to kind of fill this gap so we're not relying on these contracts? One thing we are doing is this contract is actually a recruitment strategy. Many psychiatrists, before they settle on signing a contract to become a permanent employee, they want to try us on to see if they like working for us. And I am happy to report that oftentimes when we employ a doctor through Comp Health, they do end up wanting to work for us and they do want to stay. Recently, we hired someone that had worked for us via Comp Health, and he is now a permanent employee working for us 31 hours a week. And we're very happy with him. Additionally, we currently have a full-time psychiatrist who is in person at the jail, working under this contract a little bit at the hospital as well, and they have expressed interest in becoming a full-time permanent employee with San Joaquin County Behavioral Health. So this is kind of one of our recruitment strategies to get new psychiatrists to stay in our community, because we do recognize the importance of continuity of care. Additionally, I believe one of your other questions was our vacancy rate is 35% currently right now, but we do have a conditional job offer out to a permanent employee who wants to work as a psychiatrist for us. That went out last week, and they are expected to start in about 3 months. Typically, doctors have to give a long notice when they leave employment. Also, we have 2 interviews scheduled coming up for permanent staff employees, so we are actively recruiting, and we do prioritize hiring people that want to be San Joaquin County employees to hopefully reduce the cost of this contract. And you had asked about salary savings. Our employed psychiatrists make about $500,000 a year, so with the 5 vacancies, we have about $2.5 million in salary savings every year. Other questions, you mentioned that you understand that this is kind of a requirement, so I want to speak on that. It is a requirement. We, with our contract with Department of Healthcare Services, we must meet network adequacy standards. I'm happy to report that with our current employed psychiatrist and this contract, we are currently in satisfactory standing with the state when it comes to psychiatry. However, without this contract, we would fall out of compliance, and they are going to start sanctioning counties that are out of compliance for network adequacy in about the next 6 months. So I wanted to add that. I'll pause for additional questions.
No, that's perfect, because I was just, I mean, we're going to start load I-2 and then B-Well, so we need to ramp this up, you know what I mean? So whatever tools we could do to get qualified local folks.
Yes.
And that's why medical schools are so important, and getting folks that we can grow our own is important, and that's what I wanted just to highlight, the importance of that. Being on the Behavioral Health Board, I know how hard it is just to get all sorts of workers, because the competition and everyone's doing low to moderate, and, you know, everyone's, you know, they've spread out trying to make it better. I think it's made it more complicated with so many variables coming this next year, and I think it's just kind of, you know, that we need to, like we're talking about, we need to be ready, because there's certain things that we can't afford, especially at the county hospital. And so, like you said, the doing of sharing the full-time positions if you can, so that we have more leverage in, you know, getting people to come here and work here and stay here, so that we don't have to pay companies to pay people, you know, and pay them the overhead to, you know,
Right.
for that, so.
And I do want to say that psychiatrists, they do have reasons to come work for us. One is that the Department of Healthcare Services does loan forgiveness for them when they serve the vast majority of Medi-Cal beneficiaries on their during their workday. And so we do run that data for a couple of our psychiatrists who are in that loan forgiveness program. And those psychiatrists will stay with us for a long time while they're working through that. Additionally, behavioral health has 7 HRSA approved sites that psychiatrists can come work for and qualify for that loan forgiveness as well, which that is at least $50,000 paid up front for a 2-year commitment, and there's options to extend it to a 3rd year. There was recently where they thought we were going to lose our mental health designation, and so I reached out to our HRSA contacts, and they had me assist in filling out a spreadsheet. And what essentially happened was, because we have the state prison in our county, they were counting the state prison psychiatrist as providers for our community. And when I clarified that those providers are not open to public, then we were able to maintain our HRSA designation. So we still have 7 HRSA approved sites at the moment.
Okay, and then any residents, I mean, is that program going on, or, I mean, to try to keep folks here where they're doing work in our county facilities?
We currently have many clinicians, like therapists, who participate in that program, but no doctors yet, and I think that's because they choose to do the Department of Healthcare Services loan forgiveness first, but it is open to psychiatrists and also open to psychiatric nurse practitioners. But for right now, we just have a lot of therapists that participate, which that recruitment's also important, and we only have 5 vacancies in our clinician positions out of 119, which is extremely low.
Great. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Just a couple quick questions. That 36 million, or excuse me, $3.6 million, that's not general fund money, that's pass through?
Correct, that is not general fund money.
And the question is that, you talked about compliance and you talked about recruitment. You know, it's scary, it's a scary number if you look at, you know, 3.6 million and we got a 1 permanent and 1 maybe, as part of the recruitment.
Oh, those are what we've gotten recently. In the past, we've recruited more from the contract. I just don't know those numbers off the top of my head. But recently, we recruited someone in November, and we're actively recruiting someone right now.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Anybody from public? Item number 26.
Good morning. So this has been kind of a progression that we've seen. Obviously, we put the continuum of care from healthcare services to Human Services Agency, HSA. And a lot of it with the continuum of care, where there's lots of questions, and as far as transparency. So if you could kind of explain how the folks were picked and who picked them to get us where we're at for the money that we transferred out, and then the folks that didn't get it would be helpful, and who didn't get them, and how close they were in the grading scale. Those are 2 of the questions. So if you could just have clarity, so that a lot of people that don't understand the continuum of care and how we share our money with them and how we now run it, and so that as far as how the money goes has been a lot more fair and equitable and through a correct process, which you guys have corrected. So I would like some comments on that, please.
Sure. Chair Dollywall, members of the board, I'm Chris Woods, your Human Services Agency Director. It's been, I guess, May will be 2 years approximately since neighborhood preservation has been transferred under HSA. And during that time, we've really focused on ensuring there's public processes and those processes are followed, as you mentioned, Supervisor Canepa. So just a little bit of background, neighborhood preservation administers homeless and housing grants on behalf of the county and acts as the administrative entity and collaborative applicant on behalf of the continuum of care. This item before you is to recommend the approval of 30 HAP Round 5 agreements. And we got to this point by utilizing a regional approach in collaboration with the county, the COC, and the city of Stockton. So there was a regional plan developed. This goes back to 2005. We released, actually, I think the regional plan was developed in 2004. The NOFA was released in 2025 in November. As part of that process, we had a bidders conference to ensure that everyone is on board with what the requirements were for applying. And also for those organizations that did not meet funding requirements, we also provided technical assistance guidance afterwards. So, because we want them to come back and reapply for future rounds. I think in terms of we had an established review panel of impartial individuals that are employees of the county and the city. And this recommendation went before the COC board first on February 12th, 2026, where it was approved. The COC approves the award of their half, 51% of the total allocation. And before you is the joint package, which represents 49% of the award that was is county, 51% is COC. In terms of scoring, stand by. So this was a very popular round, and let's see, we received 26 applications, and 24 of those met threshold components that are required by the state. Those 24 applications had multiple projects, and each was scored utilizing a universal ranking tool. That ranking tool was incorporated and published in the NOFA. So every applicant knew exactly what they're being scored against. And then projects that were below 70% that were scored as part of that ranking tool were excluded from funding consideration. So of the 24 applications, 17 applications from 15 organizations met that 70% threshold. And of those 17 applications, there are 30 separate projects that are being recommended. Let's see. I'm trying to think if I missed components of your question.
No, that's great. And I mean, one of them is the tiny home village, so obviously $1 million. So the county got part of that for B-Well, which is huge. But I just think it's important to be transparent and open because a lot of this process always hasn't been that way where, you know what I mean, people say, well, how'd they get this question? So you did the workshops on how they can do it and everything. And I mean, that's the thing. The tools are there because a lot of folks, especially when all this budget money coming down and all this, you know, insecurity and funding for a lot of nonprofits is what a lot of people rely on this money for. So I just wanted you to come forward and explain kind of how we've changed the process, because before it was kind of like sometimes folks would give undue influence and get projects in front, and you know what I mean? And so, and I appreciate you guys for changing it and taking this over. And it's always important that we do celebrate, you know, since we did kind of put it in your guys' lap, and make it more transparent for the community and the people that do get the money. So I just wanted to bring it forward so that, because it's what do we have here? $6.4 million. We got $1 million of it, which is exciting for our tiny home village. at Be Well. But it's those things that actually make differences in our community as far as beds and how we treat a lot of homeless folks. And then sometimes, oh, you can use the money on this, but you can't use it on this, and you can use it on this. So it's always about kind of how how people see it and, what do you call it, judge where the money's gonna be used, and then there's always ways to work it. So it's exciting to see this. I just wanted you guys to come up because I hit up Sandy, and then she sends off emails to you guys and to figure out where we're at. But I think the community at large needs to hear this and say, hey, we're being good stewards of your money. We're trying to get the most bang for the buck through a lot of these different, and I mean, that's good. So only, 24 minus 17, so 7 people were obviously made the 70 percentile or less, so. Glad to hear it. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for cleaning this up and make me feel better as part of the, being held accountable. So thank you.
And Supervisor Canepa, through the chair, I just want to, again, one is thank the board for entrusting HSA to take this on. And two, I also want to articulate that it has nothing to do with the current leadership and direction and partnership we have with Healthcare Services. They're a fine team, so I just want to throw that out there as well. And then also articulate that round 6 of HAP is coming up, and we look forward to issuing a NOFA in the fall. So I just want to put that out there for transparency and notification of the public, and we'll go through the same public process that we did with 5 and look forward to getting that out there.
No dig against them, but I mean, you guys do more grant funding, right? I mean, that's your guys' whole process, so there was no dig. Genevieve, no dig back there, so, okay, thank you.
We're healthcare services friendly, so
Okay, thank you.
here at HSA.
Yes, friendly competition, right? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa, for pulling this off, because this is of vital importance. And I want to thank you and your team. The amount of work that is going into what you're doing right now is with the new guidelines, transparency, and making sure that when we're actually spending that money, we're meeting the priorities that this board has set forth is extremely important. We're going to enter a new realm of conversations about gap housing, down the road and so forth. And this, I just want to say thank you, because it makes me feel a lot better about the monies that aren't ours, taxpayer money that we're spending. We're actually going to get results we can score, and that all rests on you. So thank you.
Appreciate that, Supervisor Ding. And I also just want to recognize Deputy Director Don McLeish here with me, who's responsible for supervising neighborhood preservation, and also just thank the neighborhood preservation team. So thanks.
Anybody else? Anybody from public? Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Chair, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar as amended.
Second. You want a second?
Second, sure.
We have a motion and second. Call for a vote, please.
Who was the second on that? I apologize.
Supervisor Canepa.
For the record.
You want me to
Sure.
read this in, Ed?
If you, or I can do so, since Supervisor Rickman made the motion. Just to clarify, when you say as amended, that would be to item 17, consistent with the ROV's language, and then also with respect to 19, the intent of approval is so as to be able to move forward with the grant with decisions as to how to spend the money to be decided later.
That's correct, as we mentioned.
Yep.
Before on these items.
Great, I just wanted to put it on the record. Thank you.
Motion passes 5-0. County Council, we want to recess at the end for closed session?
We don't have anybody coming in from the outside, so if the chair would like to have closed session at the end, there is no problem with that.
Is that okay with the board? Thank you. Then we'll start with discussion item number 1, amend the commemorative flag policy for San Joaquin County. Supervisor Gadia.
Thank you. We put together a ad hoc committee, and I want to thank Chair Dollywall for his help in this. The idea is to, I wouldn't say simplify, but create a policy that is streamlined and is updated to include a couple other commemorative flags. So with that said, we could open it up for discussion from the board.
Any questions or comments from the board? Let me see. Washir Ding?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand the rationale, and I do appreciate the work that you did on the task force here. You know, we've spent a great deal of time, you know, even in our resolution this morning, to the transgender community, and that last line about wanting to be, you know, accepted and be unified. And then we turn around and we create a flag policy so we can separate everybody again. And only those that are kind of politically expedient to do so. I take exception to the fact that this now closes off the flag policy, and if I wanted to fly the blue, you know, the Blue Lives Matter flag, if I wanted to fly the Christian flag, those would be excluded. Not that I would vote for them, by the way, because I don't think we need another flag. I think we need one flag that represents us all, and I think we have it, and we pledged allegiance to it this morning. And I think the more work we do trying to make sure everybody is taken care of, the more damage we do to the message of Martin Luther King, which is that we should all be one. It should not be based on the color of our skin, our political views, our sexual orientation. I think we leave it alone. And that's just my opinion. Enough said.
Supervisor Gardia?
I think there was somebody else in line to speak first.
I just saw two names, Supervisor Ding and yours. Do you want to speak on this side? You can go first, then Supervisor Rickman, then Supervisor Gardia, and then Supervisor Canepa.
Thank you, Chair. So why the commemorative flag? Why do you guys just pick these two flags out of all the different flags?
Because through the chair, we had already revised the flag policy for the POW and some of our military representations to our flag policy back in, I believe, February possibly, so that we wouldn't have to go to the board to initiate another vote to fly the flags on that commemorative day.
Right, but what I'm asking is the commemorative you picked, Pride and Juneteenth, why not any other flags? I know other people have approached for different flags to be flown, so why did you and the chair I'd like to hear from the chair also, just pick those two?
If any supervisor want to add any other flag, they can bring it back for a discussion like we're doing it right now.
But isn't this the purpose of this policy, so we don't have to do that? But we don't have any, you know, I think that the reason for the flag policy was so we would, you know, just have it. We don't have to go through all the, you know, what we've been going through before. So my question to you, Chair, is why did you just pick these two?
Because every year, you know, when we have a discussion, especially about the pride flag, there's always been kind of, what the word should I do? Maybe heated discussions because people have different opinions. And it should be a standard policy that way we don't have to prove it every year. But if any supervisor want to add another flag, they can bring it just like this one was done by ad hoc committee for discussion. And if the board choose to add it, then so be.
Because I'm looking at what some other cities have done. For example, the Gold Star flag. You know, why wouldn't we fly the Gold Star flag? Why isn't that on there?
If you would like to add it, please bring it, and we can have a
Or,
discussion.
you know, we have different cultural heritage here. I mean, we're a very, very diverse community. You know, Portuguese, you know, Mexican, Filipino, Sikh, Hindu, Japanese, Italian. I mean, today's St. Patty's Day, so why not? Why don't we have the St. Patty's Day?
You're too drunk to bring the flag in.
If you would like to add any flag, please bring it.
You know, I'm just, you know, I'm just wondering. I wasn't, you know, and that's the problem with having ad hoc committees. You know, I'm never have been a big fan of ad hoc committees, is because, you know, you have two board members trying to direct policy on a 5-member board when, you know, you want to talk about full transparency, you bring it up to the public, you have a robust debate, discussion, and that's what this body represents, right? We represent everybody. But no, that was my question, why just 2 out of, you know, so many. And, you know, I understand with the case law counselor, you know, you know, I'm not going to get into that, but I'll go ahead and end my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Campbell?
The word you were looking for was contentious, is the word that,
Contentious, yes.
contentious. So the thing.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. So those are the things that we have in this, right? So in our county administrator and I were talking about yesterday. So then you have that, well, our policy now has the 4/5 and the red line redacted one. So then you have that, but you could change the whole policy with 3 votes. So, I mean, you could drive a truck through this, I mean, when you think about it. And so I think it was to get rid of the contention, but like you said, how do you do that? So then if you do that, because, you know, that flagpole is free speech. And I think the basis of having it there was that, you know, that it had to come through a board member so that we didn't get very controversial, more controversial than we already do have out there. And so that's the question I think that we're addressing, is whether 3/5 changes the whole policy. So every other year you're gonna bring it back and change the policy where we have it, where 4/5 changes it, and then how many permanent ones. So that would be the question to, like you're saying. So if you did want to add those, how do you get that on there? Does it have to go back to a 2-member subcommittee and then come back to the full board? Because if you're taking the 4/5, but if you could change the whole policy with 3/5, then, you know what I mean, what real difference does it make as far as the, you know, how we police it and how we get along well enough up here? But any board in the future can come and do as they want and do as they fit, you know, or see fit to change it or put people or bring the different ones as they come. So I get the idea of making this easier so that we didn't have those conversations come up, and then people sending us stuff, hey, can you put this flag? And then it's supposed to come from one of the 5th, and then it takes away some of the freedom like you're talking about. So this is kind of a hard one for me because I don't understand if we get rid of the 4/5, then it only takes 3/5. And if you're trying to say something, you know what I mean, that can live through other boards in the future, what is the best tool? And that's my concern, is how do we get the best tool that's gonna work and, you know, still has some freedoms and some you know, what do you call it, stability. So I don't know if I clarified it or muddied the water, so there we are.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else?
I just want to add to this. So we created this ad hoc committee as a recommendation, and you know, we don't have the ability to speak freely amongst each other than in this atmosphere or this audience. You know, we pledged allegiance to the American flag earlier today, and that's not going to change. When we fly this commemorative flag, we're still going to have the American flag. We have 3 flagpoles out there. We have the American flag, the California flag, and the commemorative flag for the one day that we put it up. I believe that this policy, or not policy, but this would change and simplify and just make it easier for us to move on to general business of the county. And the 2 flags that we chose were flags that have in the recent been brought forward for recommendation. I don't know of any other flags, but I could be corrected. And that's the reason why we picked these 2 flags.
Thank you, sir. Vice Chair Ding?
And I've just got, I won't talk about this till I'm blue in the face. Well, you guys wouldn't recognize blue anyway on a flagpole, so I won't go there. But I am also concerned that, you know, we spend a lot of time in closed door session, more time than I care to talk about. And I worry about legal liability when we start deciding which groups can fly a flag and which one can't. When they bring forward the Palestinian flag or the Confederate flag or anything else that a majority of the board doesn't agree with, if we're going to be brought before, before a court for discrimination, you're picking and choosing which special interest groups you want to recognize. So I would keep that in mind too.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. Just so I'm piggyback on Supervisor Ding's comment, and it sounds like the way we pick flags is somebody, at least what I heard here, somebody comes up and asks, right, or put a flag up, and some supervisors don't, some supervisors do. We are a government body, so my answer to you, or my question to you, County Councilor, how is that viewpoint neutral?
It's viewpoint neutral as long as it is the board that decides what flag to fly. So in other words, we need to stay away from a situation where the public can put in a request to fly the flag, and then we create an argument that it's a public forum, and therefore we don't get to say, no, you can't fly the Confederate flag. You can't pick a flag that might be contentious, and we don't have the ability to say, no, you don't get to do that. So the key to making it defensible from a legal perspective is that it is the board itself that decides what flag to fly. Now, as a practical matter, that may come about as a consequence of a constituent saying, hey, I'd like you to recognize, St. Patty's Day and fly, I don't know, a St. Patty's Day flag or something. The key is that it is the board member that makes that request of the board itself, as opposed to the constituent making the appeal. But you're correct. As you know, anybody can sue for any reason, and the more that the impetus to fly a particular flag can be argued to have come from the public, the more there is an argument that it's a public forum, and therefore the board don't get to decide what flag to put up there and what flag not to put up there. But I think as long as we make sure we adhere to the idea and to the practice that any request has to come from a board member to the board as opposed to the public at large to the board, we have a defensible position.
But how is that defensible, just using your own words? I mean, what you heard here today and what you've heard, what we've seen in the past is not coming from a board, well, it's coming from our board member because we make the decisions. But the thought of flying whatever flag it may be is not coming from that individual board member. It's coming from a member of the public who has access or who has called a member of this board who then makes that suggestion versus, say somebody comes to Supervisor Canepa and wants to, fly a certain flag, and he says yes, and they come to me and they want to fly a certain flag, and I say no. So how is that fair?
The key is that the board member has to decide to do. I mean, you guys interact with the public all the time and get ideas to pursue something or not pursue something all the time from your interactions with the public. The key is that you, as the board member, are the one who make the request. If you were to do that, I would, and ask me, I would suggest not making the argument. Mr. Murphy asked me to fly the St. Patty's Day, and I think Mr. Murphy's idea is a good one, so we should do that. I would advise you in making your pitch.
But that's exactly where it's coming from. Just because you don't say it doesn't mean it's not true.
Yeah, but the key is that you, as the individual supervisor, make the request. I mean, I'm just telling you what the case law says.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I read the case too.
Yeah.
And so it's different if you have an application process which does the exact same thing, versus skipping all that and just going directly to a board member. One is defensible and one is not. One's a public forum, one's government speech.
Correct. And in making your pitch to the board, I would stay away from promoting the fact that Mr. Murphy is a wonderful member of the community and I want to support his position. Your pitch
But
to the-
even though it's true, but you just can't say it.
But the argument you make to the board is what's important.
So I'm gonna, I know I'm sorry. I mean, I can go on. I guess we can debate on this for a while. But my last portion of this, Chair, if you would, be patient with me, is okay. Say we approve this today, and we can bring this back, like Supervisor Canepa said, get 3/5 vote, 4/5 per this policy goes out the door. So now it's just a simple majority. So we start seeing different flags come up. Instead of 2, now 4, 6, 8, 10. When does it become a public forum? The more flags you have, the more chance of it becoming a public forum, correct?
I could see someone making that argument. I wouldn't necessarily agree with it, but obviously if it starts looking like the United Nations in terms of how many flags we have out there, you could make the argument that as a practical matter, it's a public forum. But I don't know where the courts would come down on that. You could make that argument. I think there's a counter argument to be made insofar as it's the board itself that is approving each one of those flags, and therefore it is still the governmental speech as opposed to that of a public forum.
So there's all right. Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to end it there. Thank you, sir. And I appreciate it. And thank you, Counselor. Appreciate it.
Anybody else? Anybody from public? Do we have a motion? We have a public? Mr. Vance. Thank you, sir.
Forgive me, one of my low outsiders. I haven't read the proposal, so I have no idea exactly the wording of what you're voting on. But I digress a bit because every time I come in this chamber, I look over there and I see that empty flagpole, and it ought to have a flag on it because of its proximity to this room. And I've been to the developer a few times. I've offered to take that flagpole down, refinish it, restring it, and put a flag on it, and I can't get to second base. So today, you gave me the opportunity to remind you that there's a flagpole right out there, and the wind blows all the time, and it sure would look good with an American flag on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the public? Do we have a motion? Do we have a motion, item number 1?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion.
I'll second it. Call for vote, please.
We'll share with your. Yeah, sure. Can I have a floor real quick?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Just thinking here, what if, I know what some other cities have done. You know what, I won't go there. I mean, I don't have if Chairman, you and Supervisor Gadea, want to, fly these 2 flags, I don't have an issue with that. But I still think we should keep the 4/5 vote on that, and, I would also, if we're going to do that, with these 2 flags, I would like to be able to add the gold star flag on that also. So with that being said, I want to make I'd like to make a substitute motion and keep the 4/5 policy that is currently in place for any future flags and add the Gold Star flag.
Flown on which day?
What's that?
Flown on which day?
September 30th, I believe.
September 30th?
Yeah.
Would I accept that friendly amendment? Yeah. I accept that friendly amendment to my motion.
Okay, so, you know what, since I'll withdraw my substitute motion, you'll make a friendly amendment, I'll accept that friendly amendment. Or, you know what, I'll ask you for a friendly amendment, so, and you accepted that friendly amendment. So,
And is the second agreeable?
Yes. Call for vote, please. Passes 4-1. Next, we have item number 2. Discuss adopting the request for certified vital record for VA benefits purposes form. Supervisor Ding?
Yes, good, some substance over politics. Mr. Beslarides, how are you?
I'm doing fine. Good morning to all of you, Chairman, Vice Chairman, Ms. Regallo, and the Clerk of the Board. Thank you. Doing well.
Good. I would like, well, my brain gets straightened out here. You had brought forward a policy to me that it involved too much common sense and actually trying to make things a lot easier on our veterans. If you could describe that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, and I will, before I do that, I just like to talk about two things. The beauty of sitting in elected positions and being policymakers is you get inspired by certain human beings. And there's two human beings that I'd like to point out before I answer your question. One is Mary Nicholson. Mary Nicholson's been in this chamber frequently. One lady who had a stroke impacted and changed healthcare in the entire county. She became an advocate to open stroke centers, and I think the first hospital in the county to do it was St. Joseph's. The second was San Joaquin County General, and now every hospital is a certified stroke center. The power of one person. The other person is Mr. Bob Bentz. As long as I've been an elected official, Bob Bentz comes in and discusses at public comments and challenges elected officials to do things. And this all started from a meeting with Bob, and who not only worked for the Veterans Administration, but still is an advocate. And these heroes get nothing out of this. Their advocacy is remembering the people that they served, much like we do. So it's with great pleasure that this action was initiated. I just told him sitting down that he's the match that lit the fuse. And then the fuse came up to a level where things were able to be done. The law clearly states that anyone who comes to the counter in the recorder's office has to pay for vitals, birth certificates, death certificates, and that sort of stuff. And Mr. Benz challenged me in my office, and I still have a stick-em on my computer that when I look at it every day, his name pops up, and this took much longer. But what we've done is we're able to, Teresa Williamson in the recorder's office did some research, and we discovered that we can do it for free if the applications are processed through the Veterans Administration, and they're the ones requesting the documents. And so, in the board report, it shows that there's no fiscal impact, but there's a huge fiscal impact to the veterans. It alleviates them having to come here, sometimes more than once, pay for parking, walk, and the inconvenience, and it allows the processing of their claims to be done quickly and more efficiently, because the VA's administration will be handling these requests, and most importantly, they will not be charged for anything that has to do with the processing of their VA claims. So this is a feel-good story that things just sit out there for us, and sometimes we're too busy to see them, and someone brings it to light. And as you say, to paraphrase, your common sense is so uncommon sometimes that common sense prevailed on this. So I'm really grateful for the opportunity that all of us get to serve our veterans and who are most deserved, and the reminder that Mr. Bentz will not go away, and we will be advocating for something else, I'm sure. I don't know if Bob wants to say anything, but I hope that answers your question, that I feel really good about this.
I was going to say, you've never not said anything. Come on.
Forgive me. In my role as an investigator for the VA, I was the equal opportunity pisser-offer. But these days I've mellowed a bit. You guys know me because I come down here and try and soften the blow. But we're dying like flies, us veterans. And so I want to give you a reason for what you're doing here today. The widows. If a veteran dies of a service-connected cause, and that service-connected cause appears on the veteran's death certificate as a contributing factor to his death, the widow gets about $1,700, $1,800 a month tax-free for the rest of her life, plus some health benefits, one-time home loan, and some other valuable things. This law that you're effectively reinforcing has existed on the books now for, 70, 80 years. It used to be contemporary everywhere. I had to go to the Veterans Secretary, State of California, and ask that it be kind of resurrected. I asked him to send it out as a broadcast to the entire state, because somehow over time the lawyers and the legislators have determined that we don't need to adhere to the exact terms of the law. We can complicate it. We can add a thing like HIPAA, Privacy Act. Well, the fact of the matter is, I've been trying to buy some bricks for my uncle and my cousin and a guy who took me in when I was homeless, who was a bomber crewman in the Pacific during World War II. And I got to go to the congressman every time I want to get some facts about somebody in order to honor them. Well, how foolish is that we can't even buy a damn commemorative brick? I just want to thank John Spangler. John Spangler was a guy I worked with as a deputy director of the VA in San Francisco. When I went to the secretary's office, I found that John Spangler's son is now the Secretary of Veterans Affairs for the state of California. If I hadn't known the name, I might not have gotten in the office, and I might not be here today. And I handed the ball to Steve, and here we are. It's important that you add to the economic activity of the community the benefits that accrue to not only the widows, but to the veteran who needs a document to prove that he's got a dependent child or a spouse or a handicapped dependent parent. Maybe there's a divorce decree. That's another hurdle to get over there in the temple where they uphold the law, but they don't really. I just thank you for the opportunity to bring this to your attention because you're doing something that is really desirable, really effective, really reinforcing the benefit of having served. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? Anybody from the public? Do we have a motion?
Like to make a motion to approve?
Motion by Vice Chair Ding, second by Supervisor Cardia. Call for vote, please. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Steve. You did good. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have item number 3, accept fiscal year 2025-2026 mid-year budget report and appropriation increases. Jennifer?
Good morning, members of the board, county council, county administrator and clerk of the board, Jennifer Van Stein, Chief Deputy County Administrator, here to present the 25-26 mid-year budget report.
Bless you. Thank you.
Bless you. Thank you. The outline for a brief presentation is listed here. After introducing our mid-year position and projections, I'll present the recommendations and some preliminary information on our upcoming 26-27 budget. This table presents the 25-26 adjusted budget at a high level. As of December 31st, it was roughly $3.3 billion. Of that, the county's general fund budget was approximately $1.5 billion. The sources of funding, including the use of fund balance, are shown here on the slide. Net county cost is the amount of discretionary general fund support that's provided to departments. The last column on this slide shows the projected net county cost as compared to the budget. And you can see at the bottom, the net savings are estimated at $23.7 million overall by the end of the year. Most of our functional areas are anticipating savings primarily due to vacancies. However, the human services functional area is projected to be over its net county cost by $12.2 million. The Human Services Agency is projecting significant revenue shortfalls, partially offset by lower than budget expenses. Actions taken by HSA to minimize impacts include a reduction in overtime, delaying technology projects, and also pausing hiring in many classifications. However, it does still expect to exceed its budgeted net county cost this year. Later in the presentation, I'll have more information on the positions. This slide depicts general purpose revenues and Prop 172 revenues. Those are expected to exceed budget by $10.5 million. Our general purpose revenue includes surpluses of about $6.5 million in property taxes and about $2.3 million in sales taxes. Allocated positions totaled 7,685 on December 31st. Of those, 876 or 11.4% were vacant countywide. And approximately 90% of the vacancies are in the departments shown here. Vacancies in the district attorney, sheriff, probation, and healthcare services agency are contributing to the net county cost savings that you just saw in the previous slide. Okay, moving on to recommendations. The action items shown here and on the next slide will increase appropriations for various unbudgeted costs identified at the end of the second quarter, totaling $20.7 million. The details of the recommendations are included in the staff report. I'll just mention each one here briefly. $905,000 for the agricultural commissioner, $500,000 for community development, approximately $940,000 for fleet services, and $96,000 for the economic development reserve budget. $11.2 million for the health insurance ISF and $3.9 million for the casualty insurance ISF. Approximately $829,000 for court-assigned counsel and $2.3 million for in-home supportive services. The last two requests that you see here on this slide, totaling $3.1 million, are recommended to come from the contingency provision budget. The contingency budget is set up each year with the purpose of funding unanticipated costs in county departments such as these here. The current balance of the contingency budget is $4.9 million. Approval of this request would result in a balance of approximately $1.8 million to cover the rest of the year. The next few slides discuss the upcoming 26-27 budget, which was rolled out to departments February 2nd of this year. Preliminarily, we're projecting a 2% increase in property tax revenue at the time of budget rollout. That is a decrease from the 5% growth assumption that was used last year. As in years past, we are continuing to work with the assessor's office to reevaluate property tax growth assumptions, and will incorporate any updates to the proposed budget. The budget includes a projected labor cost increase of $22.4 million for full-time positions, and that does represent only the cost of labor agreements that are already in place. Part of our budget message to departments this year was to ask that they limit requests for supplemental funding to those items necessary to maintain existing levels of service. So turning to some unprogrammed costs that are not currently part of the 26-27 budget, this slide shows the cost of a 1% increase for 4 bargaining units here. Those units represent approximately 64% of the county's full-time staffing costs. In addition, there are no assumptions that have yet been made in the 26-27 budget for HR 1 impacts. The governor's January budget did not address them, and we will be looking to the May revise for more information. Several departments, as you heard a little bit earlier for HSA, have proactively instituted hiring freezes for some positions due to revenue reductions and fiscal uncertainty. As of March 1st, the positions include those shown here on this slide. In addition to those identified, the hospital is evaluating openings for non-clinical and non-patient facing positions, and behavioral health services is also reviewing vacancies for possible action. A significant number of these vacant positions are being considered for deletion in the 26-27 budget. In conclusion, as of December 31st, departments estimated $23.7 million in net county cost savings. And in addition to department savings, general purpose revenue is estimated to end the year $10.1 million favorable as compared to the budget. The 26-27 proposed budget will be introduced to your board on June 2nd, with final budget hearings scheduled for June 16th. And Chairman Dhaliwal, members of the board, that concludes the presentation, and department head, CAO, staff, and I are available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. for the presentation, and thank you, the CEO's office, and all the departments for crunching these numbers. And I do have a question. Looking at this list here, on savings and favorable, unfavorable, and human services over budget by 12.2. I mean, that's a huge chunk. And
It is.
why? Didn't we have the same problem last year with the same department, or no?
At first quarter, yes, they were
Yeah.
projecting a loss of about a little over 11 million at first quarter.
But I think he's asking compared to last year.
Oh, compared to last year.
Here's Mr. Woods.
Thank
The
you.
perfect guy to answer that question.
Good morning again, board members, through the chair, Supervisor Rickman. So in the current year, we have experienced a continuation of either revenue flattening or decline. And in particular, our 2011 realignment funding has remained flat, and our 1991 realignment funding over the last number of years has actually decreased. It's presented a significant challenge when cost for services and goods have gone up significantly, as well as our labor costs. So we have used reserves that we had available to us from 2011 realignment. We used those in prior years to balance the budget. And at this point, we do not have any available reserves to address the current matter in the current year. And that's why we're in this situation at the moment.
So we're burning through reserves. I mean, we don't have the revenue or the funding to support some of this. So what are we gonna do in the future? I mean, we can't keep having a deficit in, one department over and over, year after year.
So the challenge is that we're providing mandated social services to the community.
And are
I
those
know-
new, you touch on the unfunded mandate portion. I mean, is there anything, I know the statute of limitations were out on a lot of stuff, but is there any new unfunded mandates coming from the state that are contributing to this number?
So I will say largely no. The challenge is that when realignment was established, it does not account for caseload growth or the cost of doing business, the increased cost of doing business over time. And counties are reliant on growth funding for a realignment, both in 91 and 2011, and it has not kept pace with either the caseload, the complexity of the workload, or the cost of administering that workload.
So realignment. And Counselor, is there anything, I mean, if it's mandated from the state, again, I mean, we're gonna see more and more of this, I think that's what other counties believe, that we're gonna see more unfunded mandates, or the state pushing their requirements in which they should be paying to the counties and the cities, and we're gonna have to foot the bill, and they're gonna pass the buck on that. But when you're looking at realignment, is there anything that we can do? I mean, as our caseload grows and so on, we're mandated by the state to do this stuff, and yet the state's not giving us appropriate funds.
I don't want to definitively answer. I think the answer is no, because realignment took place a long time ago. But it is something I can look at. It's something I've continued to look at. I've not, in connection with the cost shifting committee that I'm on, heard discussion of potentially there being a cause of action arising out of the realignment being insufficient, but it's something I can look at.
All right, thank you. And, the frustrating, and this is a frustrating thing, about local government, is that, you hear the talk that we have here, being fiscally responsible and living within our means, just like everybody in this room does, with your household. And then you have the state who, does what the state does and just spends. And when they run out of money, they push it to the counties to pay for it. So it's frustrating on the local government side. And, we talk about unfunded mandates, but there has to be counties. There's a lot of talk, with the counties doing something, but nobody ever seems to do anything. It's just talk. So if there is something to be done, Counselor, then if we need to be the tip of the spear, so be it. We'll be the tip of the spear and do what we need to do. And to protect our taxpayers here in San Joaquin County. And lastly, Chair, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Woods. That's all I got for you.
Okay, thank you.
But our property tax revenue growth projected at 2%. What did we project it at initially?
For the current budget year? Or
Yes.
we projected it at 5% for the current budget year. 5% growth. So we're still projecting growth for 26, 27, but preliminarily at a 2% growth rate. So reduction from the
Considerably
5.
lower. So that means revenue to our county is.
And if I may add, through the chair.
You have good news? It's only good
Well,
news.
no, I'm just saying, while we developed it with a 5% projection of growth, it came in at 7.65.
I think
The
it was
assessor's still here.
7.1, I think.
7.17, over 7% it came in. So it grew. And so this year, I say this year, coming up year that we're developing, 26, 27, the growth is only set at 2% right now.
And, I lied and said that was my last question. One more. Sales tax revenue, how does that look?
So sales tax revenue is projected to exceed our budget, so that's also looking well.
That's good news. And again, I just want to say thank you to our department heads, our departments, looking at the list and, saving where you can. You guys are doing a great job. So, we appreciate it. It makes, not just our lives easier up here on the dais, but, all our departments and our employees and, of course, our taxpayers that we work for and our residents here in San Joaquin County. So thank you all very much, and God bless you. Thank you,
sir.
Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Canepa?
Thank you. So then that sales tax was weird because in the report it showed that it went up as a percentage, but it was down from, right? Is that in there somewhere I read? What was that? That was even more odd.
It's exceeding our budget by the 2.3 million. Let me find that section here.
I read it. I don't know where it was at, but that was just odd. So it went up as a percentage of budget, but it went down
It
as a
went-
part of yearly.
Correct, so because we anticipated that it would be decreasing,
Yeah.
so our budget included a decrease. So we reduced our budget estimate for sales tax. So it is down from prior year, but it's still exceeding our budget amount for this year.
So then the next question is it trending which way? I mean, that's the more important part. So just because we budgeted a higher amount, but if it keeps going down, that's gonna be part of the alarming, what we have to deal with in the future, right?
Yes, yes, we have to take all that into account when we're preparing our general purpose revenue estimates for 26, 27.
Okay, and my thing is the 11.2 million for the health insurance ISF fund. So I'm wondering, all of this keeps going up. The projected increase in healthcare costs the range is 10 to 27%. You could drive a truck through that. So these are the big numbers that we need to be more, coherent of and see what's going on and how we're doing it. The other thing, and I don't know if HR is here, possibly putting out our health insurance because I don't think we're getting the best bang for the buck, and we do have a lot of people. Johnny Ford said possibly doing a JPA with the city of Stockton to get more power in numbers, because obviously the healthier folks aren't offsetting the costs. Not that they're unhealthy, but people that need more services and prescriptions. So that would be one that we need to look at, and what are we doing to address that, and what's that 11.2 million? Why is that so big? Because that's not good.
Agreed. I don't want to speak for our HR director if she's not here, but I do know that. Go ahead.
Someone's stepping
Rachel's
up.
coming.
She's getting ready to retire, so someone
Thank
gets
you,
to step
Rachel.
up, right?
Hi, Rachel Novetsky with Human Resources. Supervisor Canepa, I can say that Human Resources has the same concerns. We are actually looking at much of that right now. From a benefits administration standpoint, we've received some information from our third-party vendor in regards to these percentages and have already started working with them on some potential changes and solutions, potentially even RFPs in which we can address this.
Yeah, because I think that's the most important part to see what we're getting. I mean, And I always talk about people because I used to, when I was on the school board for Lincoln Unified, I was able to buy the insurance. I bought better insurance from them for less. And we have more employees than Lincoln Unified. I even went as far as calling Central Valley Trust down in where we bought it to see if we could, bless you, see if we could get their insurance, and they do school districts, not counties. So I think we need to start taking a look at that because, I mean, if we can save money, we don't have to pay out an extra $11 million. Because like they said, we can't keep affording, you know what I mean? We take care of our employees and give great contracts. But when these cost escalators are anywhere from 15 to 27% or 12 to 27%, those are variables that we aren't going to be able to budget for when times get really tough. So just as long as we're aware of that and we can send it out, and I think our county, the amount of folks that we have that are insured should give us some leverage to get better deals. So as long as we're aware of it and we're going forward, but those are the big numbers that I see. But thank you for the report that you do. It's very thorough. For people in the public, if you go and on this report, the CAO's office does an amazing job of showing where the money's at, where the savings are at. So if you want a good snapshot of county government, read your guys' report. And thank you for doing it. And thank you for always knowing the numbers and being here. I'm very admirable about how everybody owns those numbers, not only just presents them, but that we are doing things to try to fix it. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, sir. Vice Chair Ding?
Thank you. Just a clarification on, and thank you Supervisor Canepa for bringing it up. I know in the restaurant business, everybody's talking about skyrocketing food costs. That doesn't, our food costs have went up a little bit. That's not the big killer to me. Maybe your flour and everything's up more, Gina, but on my side, my proteins really haven't went up. It's the insurance that's killing me. It's the electricity bills. It's everything else but the main product. But that health insurance, when do we put that out for bid every year, or how does that work?
I'll ask Rachel to come back up here.
We do. Much of our benefits are negotiated with our unions, so there is a meet and confer process. So whenever we're seeing some of the increases that we plan to see, and if there's ever going to be a plan administration suggestion to change, we do have to go to our labor groups and have that discussion in regards to any plan administration changes that we will be having. But typically it is. We have our RFP process. I know that our benefits manager right now is attempting to work with our vendor in regards to if we are able to either look within the parameters of the programs that we have now to get better deals, or if that is going to actually initiate a potential request for proposals to expand more benefits and offer more options to our employees that may kind of cause some competition and have our rates be more amenable to our members, our plan employees that are covered.
Since we still have the assessor here in the house, this 2% to 7.5%, do you have any clarifications on that, Mr. Bestolarides, as far as property taxes?
Chairman Dollywall, Vice Chair Ding, members of the board. In 10 years we've been doing this, we make our projections, and our projections are very conservative. I'm very confident that we will exceed the 2%, and we purposely avoid getting very aggressive in estimating what we think the role's going to be, and would rather have the budget set on something with a high degree of certainty. So all I could say is it will be higher, and we've set a pretty good track record of, we estimated 5 and it came in at 7.25, because a lot of it is processing work that's in the queue, some of which add very little value. And on the personal property side, we had a couple of data centers that added $200 million in value, in the business section, which is the smallest part. So I think we have 4 or 5 data centers now. And so, and the other side of that is the Prop 8s. We're reducing values proactively on some of the commercial properties and doing 10 to 20 million write-downs on one property. So it's a balancing act of values, home values going up, sales going up, commercial going down, and it's kind of a complicated model that we developed and we share with the CAO and her staff. And all I could say is I'm confident that the number will be exceeded, the 2% number.
Thank you for your expertise.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gadi?
I just got a quick question. So when we do the actuarials for our employees with their health benefits, are we doing the actuarials of all employees? Or do we include, are the ones that opt out are included or not?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if, Rachel, if you could answer that question. I would imagine it's for, well, I won't even say, if they can go off of actuals of who's in the system, but it may be for all.
For purposes of the actuarials, it is for all allocated positions, so it is all.
And what's the percentage of historically have opted out?
Not a lot, not a lot. So I mean, I can look and get that number for you, but typically when they're going and looking at the figures to generate the cost, if it's beyond the 3%, then that's where that number is coming from in regards to that.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody from public? Do we have a motion? Sandy?
Yes, if I may, thank you, Chair. I just want to thank, first of all, my staff through Jennifer as the budget coordinator, but certainly all of the analysts and everyone in my staff, and also all of the department heads and you, board, for being so supportive. Our departments do know that, we're running up, you heard Mr. Woods up here, we're having to provide these services with less revenue. It's just not keeping pace. And so we're trying to be creative. They are trying to do their best with holding vacant positions without having, they have the work, but they're holding them vacant right now to try and come up with some of this savings to not hurt, because even with that, I believe it's 127 that he was, or maybe that was the amount that you had vacant. Even with that, he's 12 million over. So I just want to thank our departments for working with us, being understandable, and going into the 26-27 year to really have the support that we're not in an expansion year. We have talked to our departments, and I just really want to show my appreciation for you, board, for really being supportive and understanding the numbers. When we speak to you, you ask very good questions, and so we just appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy. Anybody from public? Do we have a motion?
Move to approve mid-year budget allotments.
Is there a second?
Transfers.
Second. Call for vote, please. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4, acceptance of a portion of South Orchard Road between Dustin Road and Bruella Road into the San Joaquin County road system and declaration as a public highway. Nazi?
Good morning, Chair Dhaliwal and Board of Supervisors. Naji Zarif, your Acting Director of Public Works. This item is, as you said, regarding the board's consideration to accept the South Orchard Road into the county road system and declare it as a declare that roadway as a public highway. Here with me is Jana Roots, our Engineering Services Manager of our Design Engineering team, who's going to provide a brief presentation regarding the proposed acceptance. And then following the presentation, obviously, we will be available to answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Good morning, Chair Dhaliwal and members of the board. In 1962, the members of the community petitioned the Board of Supervisors to construct a 40-foot wide road approximately 1 mile long. The board adopted a board order directing the Public Works Department to negotiate with residents to acquire the right-of-way for South Orchard Road between Burella Road and Dustin Road. In 1967, a subdivider dedicated a 25-foot by 850-foot strip to the county, which the board accepted and declared as a public highway. This 850-foot strip is currently a county-owned parcel. Since this time, a roadway was constructed and open for public use. The roadway has been periodically maintained by the county. In 2024, there was a request made by one resident for the county to vacate the roadway and allow it to be made private. A public hearing was held on September 24, 2024, at which time the majority of residents in attendance expressed opposition to the proposed vacation and their desire for the county to make this a publicly maintained road. Several residents also noted that they had observed county staff performing maintenance work on the road in the past, but that it had recently ceased as the road was not part of the county road system. The board did not proceed with the vacation of the roadway. Public Works held a public meeting with the affected property owners where a majority expressed a desire for the road to be accepted by the county. Subsequent to that meeting, most property owners along the roadway signed grants of easements or quitclaim deeds to grant the county rights to the land containing the roadway. There are 4 properties for which deeds or easements were not obtained. For 3 of these parcels, the property owners do not have ownership rights over the 12-foot strip that contains the road. There is 1 property for which there is no exception on the deed or dedication of rights. A 12-foot reservation on this property is recommended to reflect the minimum portion of right-of-way needed to maintain this section of improved roadway. This will result in a right-of-way that is less than 40 feet in some portions of the road. Per California Civil Code, since the road has been used prior to 1972 for a period of more than 5 years, and the county has expended public funds on the maintenance, there is an implied dedication for the property for a public highway. The proposed resolution would accept the roadway into the county road system, which means future maintenance of the road would be performed by the county. The resolution would also declare it a public highway, ensuring the road remains open and accessible to the public. These actions are recommended for public convenience and necessity to ensure the road is maintained.
Thank you, Jana. Chair Dhaliwal, members of the board, this concludes our presentation, and again, we're available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from my left, on my right?
I didn't understand on one part you're talking, who didn't have the deed to the trust, so there's 12 feet of the supposed 40 feet that nobody owns?
So there's one property where there's no exceptions on its deed, so his property line essentially extends out into the existing roadway. However, 12 foot of that property is already encumbered by the road.
So it's been an easement already?
So per the civil code, essentially, it's an implied dedication because we were using it prior to 1972 for more than 5 years.
Okay. Perfect. And then if you did close that, if they did have that way, they would close it? Right, but the majority don't want it, so then the majority rules, right, on that?
Well, the board has to decides kind of what we do here, but the majority would like for the roadway to be public and maintained by the county.
And that's due to the 1971 standard that they've been using it for a road since then, so that's the...
Well, so the road's been open and it's been used by the public for decades, over 50 years.
4 years.
Yeah, right, and so there's... and the community, we're actually out there maintaining the road periodically for a number of years because we didn't have this understanding that we didn't have the rights, and so the community, a lot of the residents have an expectation. They had an expectation that the county was going to continue to maintain the roadway until we stopped. Once we learned that this needs to be cleaned up before we can continue.
And this codifies it?
This would essentially codify the road, yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, sir. Anybody else? Suzanne Mallory?
Good morning, Chair Dollywall, Vice Chair Ding, and remaining supervisors. My name is Suzanne Mallory, and I am one of the originally affected properties on Orchard Road. I want to thank staff especially. They had a very difficult community meeting with us where the opposition was very vocal, but so was the support for moving forward with maintaining this roadway. I also know that Supervisor Ding has taken quite an earful. This actually started back in 2023 when we were noticed that our property, which is one of the 4 properties that were dedicated and have county roadway in front of it because of the developer agreement, we were notified our property was going to be vacated. That was in 2023, so we are now 3 years later with no road maintenance. And part of the concern in 2023 was those heavy storms in January, if y'all recall, decimated our roadway in many areas. We have shoulder work that is crumbling, we have potholes, cracks, and then we got hit with, this is not a county-maintained road. So we are very anxious to have our road back into the county system officially. It does take a unanimous vote. We highly encourage you, if you listen to staff, we have only one individual on the roadway, and it's the original protester to this, and the original person who came forward who is not in favor of this. And Supervisor Canepa, you asked what would happen, literally that one section of one-lane roadway would be his. And so obviously it would impede traffic if he decided he didn't want anything else done or if he chose to block it off. So I believe it's critical that we get this unanimous vote. We thank you for your time. We appreciate the efforts again of Supervisor Ding and the staff. And on behalf of those residents on Orchard Road, we thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Ding?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is when it's fun, being a supervisor. And you know everybody involved, and they come into the restaurant to talk to you. Mark Justo, by the way, is the dissenting, is one hell of an air conditioning guy. So I might need a new one after this, but this is common sense. And the big problem is, it's not just the residents that use this. It's trucks are going down their surrounding community. It's been a public roadway for so long, and the residents that live there have been kind of hung out to dry on this. So I would, when you're ready, make a motion to approve and move forward.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the public? Anybody from the board? Do we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second? Second. We have a motion and 2 seconds. Call forward. Supervisor Gardia. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have item number 5. Approve amendment to the San Joaquin County Facade Enhancement Grant Program Guidelines to allow relocation of remaining and excess grant funds citywide. Mr. Huber?
Can you take care of that flagpole before we?
It's still good morning.
Their microphone, there we go.
Are we good? All right. County Administrator Rogala, Patty Virgin, happy St. Patty's Day. We are here, this board approved the facade program in September last year. And so we're here to give an update. We have Mike Huber from Downtown Stockton Alliance who's going to give a presentation, an update, and then we'll make our ask. Mike?
Thank you, Patty. Chairman Dollywall, board members, good morning, I think. So the Downtown Stockton Alliance is managing the facade program for the county in the unincorporated and DDBA areas. The original grant was for $500,000, which was allocated back, I think, in November,
September 24th.
right?
September 24th.
Oh, September, okay, I'm sorry. Eligibility requirements are here, the unincorporated areas. It has to be zoned commercial, cannot be zoned agricultural, residential, or recreational. The property cannot be multiply owned, religiously affiliated, liquor stores, gas stations, also smoke shops are in that, cannot be publicly traded, and must be an active business license. This is the county map showing all of your districts. This is the unincorporated areas. And then this is the DDA areas. Now, when you overlay all three of those maps, it's difficult to find eligible properties, especially in some of the tracks. Absolutely, we've done some outreach, and just recently in the last week, I was out personally and was able to fill Chairman Dollywall's area with some that aren't listed here, which you'll see in just a few minutes, for some of the unused portions. We have one left, and then there'll be residual money left over because some of the projects were not all $25,000. So District 1 would have had $167 left over after all the projects were finished. This was one of the projects that was completed, the Melendez property on Waterloo Road. And the work completed is there in the lower left-hand corner. District 2 has a bid out for Mandarin House on Thornton Road. It looks that the bid will be over the $25,000, so we'll go back and discuss that with the property owner. So that should fill a lot of it, but as you'll see, there's $21,000 on Robbie's, $15,000 on Da Vinci's, and $21,000 on Alpine Meats, so there's going to be a residual there after the $25,000 is spent. There was the new Da Vinci sign. In District 3, we just added the preschool, but just recently, after we had done these slides, Oasis Market and River Mill have both applied and are being vetted currently. So that will fill those up. If they both hit the $25,000, we'll have about $1,000 left over there. There was some of the work that was done on Sam's Market. In District 4, we have a bid out on the Linden Storage, but again, there'll be a residual because of Webster Burger and a little bit from Rinaldi's. Linden Storage is asking for about $100,000 worth, so that will hit the $25,000. So there'll be a little bit left over there. This was what the Webster's work that was completed. And then District 5, which is probably the most difficult. I've been out beating the bushes in Board Member Rickman's area in the last 2 weeks. Jimmy's Market is eligible. The airport out there on Cason Road. But other than that, there's not a lot eligible. There's a lot of farmland out there that's ineligible, some recreational. And I'll try again on Jimmy's Market. I've been there twice and called 3 times, and I can't force them to apply, but will be the last one. And then the question is, there's the Banta Inn that we did. Here's a breakdown on the ineligibility on applications. Some were in the cities, some were not in the business type zones or the DBAs. And then we have one that applied that in the Linden area, but we're out of allocations there. So we're gonna have about $26,000 left over if all of the ones that are currently being vetted and are out for bid reach their maximum. And so we're coming to you to find out what to do with that additional money. And this is that question.
So,
Thank you.
okay. So again, we are here, so we have, since this slide was put together, we did get some additional businesses in District 3, which is where we actually met with Chairman Dollywall, and we've been trying to find and ensure that we can get the businesses, each area, there are 4 allotted businesses. So happy to hear that's news to me. So thank you, Mike, for that. But we have been, even the EDA staff has been calling. We went through all of the applicants that submitted an application, but for whatever reason decided not to complete. So we've done everything we could to try and get the businesses and all of the 5 areas. There are 4 allotted slots. So at this point, we have about 26,000. So about one more project that we could approve if all the ones that are currently in process come to fruition. We would have, so at this point, we would like to recommend that this board allow us to utilize the rest of the money for the first business that we're able to get approved. But we're open to any questions, any suggestions, recommendations that you have for us.
Thank you. Supervisor Canepa?
More of a comment. I want to thank Mr. Huber because he has been on this. I mean, I don't know that you get any better partner. He's been on it and hitting us all up and, hey, get somebody to do it, get somebody to do it. So I just want to say thank you because you've gone beyond the call of duty and getting these folks. And E2D2, thank you for doing that too and getting this money out and making the county look better. So appreciate it.
Thank you for the nice comment.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, thank you both. Hey, if you're in Tracy, man, look me up. We'll go out to lunch or something. We'll go to Banny Inn, and we can check out the new windows.
You know, I have to tell you, I had never been out that far on Airport Road and the river out there. Wow, that's a beautiful area.
Oh, it is. You should have seen it, what was that, in 2023 during the floods? Yeah, it was scary. But I taught Mario, or Supervisor Cordia, how to fish there back in the day when he was younger. But when you say open it up, are you just referring to unincorporated or?
No. The open it up to any district. So will remain, so at this point, we will continue to do the unincorporated, but when I say open it up, is allow the first. So I know right now we have applications in District 1. So when I say open it up, I mean allow us to do more than the 4 that were originally approved per district.
Okay, but still unincorporated?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And thank you again, both of you. I know we've talked many a times, and it's an excellent program, at least the folks I've talked to. I mean, hey, it's an opportunity to, make our county look better, our businesses better, and help our small businesses. So, and you guys doing a heck of a job. So thank you guys very much. Appreciate it.
And just to qualify, we do have an applicant already that could use that's already been approved. He's just, we were out of allocations in that area. So my recommendation would be the first application that was approved gets to use the additional funding.
All right, thank you, sir.
Supervisor Gardia?
Yeah, I just want to thank you for all the hard work. It's crazy. It's not often we try to spend all the money that we have. Just the idea that we only have $167 left in District 1, and there's definitely room for improvement in District 1. But I just want to appreciate everything you guys do.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. County Administrator?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add, I appreciate that the department and this program is coming back to try and reallocate, because if you recall, this program was funded with ARPA funding, and that needs to be spent before December.
Yes.
So we're trying to get that all spent because we don't want to leave anything on the table.
That is correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sandy. Anybody else? Anybody from public? Do we have a motion?
Motion to give the remainder money to the next person in the queue.
Is there a second? Second. Motion and second, call for vote, please. Motion passes 5-0. Next one is also E2D2.
It's me.
Receive a presentation from Beam Circular regarding regional bioeconomy development and economic opportunity in San Joaquin
Yeah,
County.
you can sit here, unless you'd rather stand. You good? That's good. All right. All right, good afternoon. Chairman Dollywall, board members. We are here to, Karen Warner is the founder and CEO of Beam Circular, an innovation hub advancing the circular bioeconomy and creating quality jobs in California agricultural region. She brings leadership experience across global health, government, nonprofit, and private sector, including roles at Emerson Collective, the Office of the Governor of Colorado, Medtronic, and in Congress. Today, she will be presenting on Beam Circular's work and opportunities for how the county can engage in and support these efforts. So without further ado, we'll have Karen do the presentation.
Is this on?
There you go.
You can hear me? All right. Hi, everybody. My name's Karen. Thank you so much, Director Virgin, Chairman Dollywall, supervisors, and to the Chief Administrator and her team. Really appreciate this chance to speak with you all. Some of you may be familiar with Beam Circular because we've been operating across the North San Joaquin Valley, including San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Merced counties for a little over 3 years now. We're a local nonprofit organization, and I really appreciate this opportunity to update you on our work and the resources that we are bringing into San Joaquin County to support good job creation, new value opportunities for our local manufacturing and farming and agricultural businesses, as well as youth education programs. Beam Circular is a nonprofit that really works to unlock the opportunities of our local communities to advance both shared economic prosperity and environmental solutions by focusing on the growth of bio-based industries that really leverage this particular region's unique strengths. We came out of local economic development planning efforts in the North San Joaquin Valley, initially seeded by a $10 million investment by Stanislaus County from their American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA funding, to attract and grow new industries that would create good jobs in this region. When we launched, it was very much while we were seeded by Stanislaus County. We linked arms with our partners across San Joaquin and Merced counties, our neighbors next door, to really make this a regional play from the start and a way to attract new businesses, new employers, and high quality job creation opportunities in our region that complement our existing strengths, especially in food, agriculture, logistics, and manufacturing. As you all know, we have a lot of incredible strengths here in the North San Joaquin Valley that really set us apart. We also have some really distinct challenges. Over 60% of the children who are growing up in San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Merced counties are growing up in families that struggle to make ends meet with current costs of living. And really importantly, that's despite the fact that the vast majority of those children are in families that have at least one working adult in the household. So as we think about economic opportunity and mobility in our region, we are really especially focused on job quality, not just creating more jobs, but creating good jobs that pay family-sustaining wages. We also really recognize that as we attract and grow new industries, we want those to be ones that help us to address and support high, good air quality, water quality, and a healthy environment for all. We have this really interesting dynamic here in the North San Joaquin Valley because we are really significant producers, as you all well know, of agricultural products. And as leaders in food processing and farming, we create a lot of byproducts or residues. Some people call them waste streams. We don't like that term because it's only waste if you waste it. But the grapevines, the nut shells, the tomato and olive pomace from our processing activities, even manure and other waste streams from livestock and other agricultural activities, all of these things are really significant potential challenges for our local businesses to manage and for our municipalities who now have to divert organic waste streams out of landfills. But they are also really exciting opportunities because there's a massively growing segment of the global economy and a major growing manufacturing industry called industrial biomanufacturing, or what we talk about at Beam Circular as the circular bioeconomy. The bioeconomy represents the big tent of businesses and activities that use biology or biological resources, plant materials and organic material to create valuable products. And this industry spans from bio-based materials and plastics to textiles, the clothing that you wear, new food ingredients and proteins, agricultural inputs, soil amendments, sustainable aviation fuels. It goes on and on and on. So you can make a huge range, and actually up to 60% of the world's total economic outputs, using the power of biology thanks to advancements in technologies and new business models that allow us to turn all of these really incredible waste streams or side streams from our existing food, ag, and municipal activities in this region into new valuable products. So our job at BEAM is to really leverage our region's existing strengths to work with our local government partners, our educational partners, and businesses in this region to attract and grow these emerging bio-based manufacturing industries. The exciting news is that our region, the North San Joaquin Valley, including Stockton and San Joaquin County right here, is the leading region in the country and the world by many measures to be globally competitive for attracting and scaling these new types of bio-based manufacturing operations. So we really have this opportunity to lead in what is now is becoming a $4 trillion global industry. And in fact, our Tri-County region was the first certified bioeconomy development opportunity zone in the state of California, and the first in North America to be certified or receive this special AA rating for this industry for specifically tree nut crop residues as inputs for bio-based manufacturing. Specifically here in San Joaquin County, this county alone will produce over 1.3 million tons of biomass waste, so those different types of plant-based or organic waste materials. These are the non-food products, so the shells, the hulls, the woody biomass from orchards that have been retired, which we aren't allowed to burn in the valley anymore, thanks to new legislation out of the state of California. That's exciting for our air quality. It is a challenge for farmers, but it's an opportunity if we can do new valuable things with all of these materials. One thing I really want to emphasize for the board and put on your radar is that these new emerging biomanufacturing jobs really align with our local workforce strengths. It's why we've been really grateful to work with San Joaquin WorkNet and our workforce partners across the region. The average jobs in this industry pay over 40% higher than this region's median wage. Those are jobs that that generally do not require an advanced degree. In fact, 80% of the jobs in industrial biomanufacturing do not require higher education. These are accessible, high-paying jobs that really align with different skills that we already have here in the region. So what are we doing to take advantage of this opportunity? How are we collaborating with our local government, education, and business partners? We are coordinating really a portfolio of projects, programs, and services that help to enable the growth of a world-leading cluster and hub for industrial biomanufacturing or circular bioeconomy industry development right here in the North San Joaquin Valley. We're investing in shared infrastructure, in targeted innovation activities, in access to capital, both public and private, really critically in talent and workforce development so that local residents have access to these good jobs and the skills they need to succeed in the growing bio-based industry, and a lot of very significant community engagement and collaboration work. Thanks to that initial seed investment from Stanislaus County, we've been able to return that investment over 4 times by attracting over $45 million in public and private capital resources over the last 3 years since our launch. So this has been really good ROI for our local community, and this is really seed capital that is being invested in grants for workforce development and local education partners, in businesses and manufacturing site readiness, in innovation to unlock new opportunities for our local waste streams, and really attracting and growing new employment opportunities in our local region. So we're excited to continue building upon these resources in the future to help invest across the North San Joaquin Valley and grow this sector. Our team, I won't go into tons of depth here. I know I'm close to the end of your agenda and folks are probably eager to get to lunch, but I'll highlight that we do offer significant coordination and facilitation of partnerships and technical assistance spanning workforce development, research and innovation activities, really what I call bread and butter business and economic development, so helping local businesses to grow who are part of the supply chain for this industry, whether it's a local farmer, someone who moves biomass or one of these new emerging biotech entrepreneurs or manufacturing operations. We do a lot of what we call community prosperity work, ensuring that local communities own, guide, and benefit from the growth of this growing industry. And then on the public policy side, we both help to support good, regulatory development and information at the state and federal level, and we work with local government partners, cities, counties, regional districts, to help understand this growing industry and develop supportive policies, zoning, incentives, et cetera, to help really be an inviting region so that we can become a global leader in this space. We also have a number of anchor projects underway. We run a really exciting startup accelerator that's supporting some of the best and brightest emerging startups and helping them find their homes and scale here in our region. We also are, thanks to support from the state of California, developing a very significant center of excellence and a testbed facility for biomanufacturing called the California Bioeconomy Innovation Campus. It's being sited in Stanislaus County thanks to seed support from Stanislaus, but it's serving as a regional asset with workforce development and business development supports for folks across the 3 counties. All of this work is being done through significant partnership. We have over 100 members of what we call CBio Collaborative. San Joaquin County WorkNet was a founding member of the Leadership Council of this collaborative of partners, which brings together government, industry, community, and workforce partners. It's co-led by Beam Circular and Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory alongside UC Merced. Our education partners in San Joaquin County include Delta College and University of Pacific. I also want to highlight that we've been really grateful for close collaboration with the San Joaquin County Office of Education. The vast majority of our members are industry partners spanning food and agriculture, as well as biotechnology and biomanufacturing companies. So, just to boil it down and make it basic, really we would love to continue serving as your partner and a resource to folks across the county, providing, opportunities to learn about this growing industry, to access funding and technical assistance and partnerships to support local businesses, including small businesses and larger employers, schools and educators, community members, and local government partners. I'll wrap things up in just a couple minutes here, but wanted to end with a few examples to make this a little more tangible. What the heck are we talking about here with the circular bioeconomy? Just last year in 2025, we deployed $1.65 million to 22 businesses to help them develop their technologies and create jobs in our local community. One example of a successful expansion that happened because of our deployment of resources was a company called Eco Addicts, based in Georgia, that moved its R&D operations to the North San Joaquin Valley and made their first hires out here in California thanks to our support. We have, of those 22 companies, I could give a lot of different examples, but just to bring a few examples alive, a few members of our participants in our Startup Accelerator program. One company in the Beam portfolio is called Verde Nanomaterials. This is a company that takes agricultural waste streams, including things like side streams from rice production right here in San Joaquin County, and turns those materials into bio-based plastics that can be used in everything from packaging to household products. It has some really great characteristics that are really hard to find in the market, including both the visibility and the performance of that bio-based plastic. Another company that was founded in Turlock, California by a local farmer who also has a biotech background is called Terra Rosa. This company is taking nut and sweet potato side streams and waste streams and turning them into a bioherbicide. So it's actually an organic, certified agricultural input, and so a really great example of circularity where that waste is coming right off the farm and coming back in as a valuable product for local farmers. Another company called Oleo is making alternative oil products using agricultural waste streams such as grape pomace, which is the mush left behind from winemaking, and turning those agricultural side streams into oils that can be used in everything from household detergents and cosmetics to sustainable aviation fuels. And finally, a company called Optimized Foods is an example in the food ingredient space. They use a mushroom-based technology to take ag waste streams. We have, through our support, we have partnered them with Cordo Olive, one of your local employers right here, to turn olive pomace, which is the side stream when you make olive oil, into really tasty food ingredients. So just to kind of help that come alive a little bit, in terms of some local educational partnerships, I mentioned we're working really closely with Delta College and other educational partners here. A few of the grant recipients that we've supported over the past year include Delta, Tracy High School to support their CTE program in biotechnology, as well as multiple different partnerships with the San Joaquin County Office of Education to support early career exposure. We were particularly excited to help launch a summer biotech program with the County Office of Education last summer, which we are looking forward to continuing to scale. We've also done a lot of community engagement and youth programming here in San Joaquin County, including supporting a variety of field trips and local community education activities to accompany this work. Just for time, I'll kind of move forward here, but happy to chat with anyone interested in learning more about our Youth Ambassador program, which we piloted last year right here in San Joaquin County with a cohort of high schoolers from across the county who met regularly to engage in educational activities and were trained as leaders who can now educate other students and community members about the growing bioeconomy while gaining really exciting STEM and leadership skills. And then lastly, and just an invitation to connect both to the board and to the county, as well as to members of the community. We would love to work with you both on economic development resources, ways that you can grow your own business or support the attraction of new employers to this region, and as well as advancing educational activities. I did put a link there, or a QR code for CBio Collaborative membership. That's our network of partners, and we would so love to invite and encourage continued county engagement in that community of partners. And lastly, I'll highlight that we do a number of conferences and convenings throughout the year. We have 2 flagship events every year, and one is hosted right here in San Joaquin County for the 2nd year in a row. So last year we held BioCatalyst, Industry and Innovation Exchange in French Camp. This year it's going to be in Lodi, California at Wine and Roses. Brings together investors and industry partners and innovators and community members to really learn about this advancing space, to do business connection, and to really elevate the profile of the North San Joaquin Valley and San Joaquin County itself as a leader in this growing industry. So we're excited and looking forward to that upcoming event, and just some contact information there. I really appreciate the board's time and looking forward to and welcome both feedback, ideas, questions, and any ways that we can continue to support the growth of good jobs and employment opportunities here in San Joaquin County. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Right. All right.
Supervisor Canepa.
That's awesome. How you turn somebody's trash into treasure is
Trash
the most
into
amazing,
treasure.
right, thing that we can do. Just because, in Supervisor Ding's area, a lot of people are changing those vines into trees and the environmental impacts of that on our community. So I want to thank you, because I think this is the second time I saw your presentation, which is amazing, and how you went through that so fluidly, as you've done it a few times. But it's that ownership, it's the jobs, it's the other thing. The carbon sequestration, I mean, that's the other thing. There's all these unknowns, and I think a lot of these businesses don't know that they do have somebody else's treasure. So how do we do that? And I'm kind of jealous that it started in Stan County, but I mean, we can coattail it and do that here. And I'm glad to see that you're using Supervisor Ding's area to have that convening of minds. So any way we can help and support, I've seen it. And I think it's important that we do that. Better jobs, better paying jobs, and how do we utilize that? So I'm willing to do whatever we need to do to be part of it and partner and make it better. But the sequestration thing, because there's all these unknowns. Don't do it, do it. The port and all of our ground is great for that. So is there low-lying fruit that we should be addressing in San Joaquin County that you could comment to?
It's a fantastic question, and for folks who are less familiar, carbon sequestration represents a variety of different approaches and technologies that allow you to take carbon either from the air or from biomass resources and other sources and store it permanently so it is not released into the atmosphere. There's both economic value in carbon sequestration as well as climate and environmental benefits in carbon sequestration. This region is particularly suited for what's called geologic storage of that carbon because of the geologic geological formation and what's literally under our Earth. Beam Circular works with businesses that are related to this space and are partnering closely with various kind of emerging technologies and models for carbon sequestration. I can't comment super extensively because it's not my area of expertise on any specific projects or opportunities. However, I'll note that our overall approach as an organization is to work very, very closely with our national laboratories and other scientific centers to ground our work and provide really transparent access to information on the state of the science and studying what the potential long-term risks or impacts are of these different types of projects. And we're extremely supportive of really robust, what's called life cycle analysis, to study and look at the full impact of any project, carbon sequestration or manufacturing oriented in our broader portfolio, and looking at its impact on air, soil, water, and local communities. So I know it's a high level comment, but I'll note that there's a wide range of emerging technologies, and I think our job as a community is to be looking at what are the sorts of projects we want to invite in that are going to benefit our local communities, create the good jobs that we want, and be grounded in the science in terms of evaluating any potential risks.
Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else? Anybody from public? No action is required.
No, if I may, just, so through the Employment and Economic Development Department, we will maintain the membership with BEAM, and we'll continue to work with BEAM representing not only our department, but the county, and any asks that come through that will come before this board.
Thank you. Next is item number 7, oral report on the status of SJ Cares program and Anshar Labs Shine application. Jamie?
Thank you for bringing this forward last but not least, right? Because I think this is so important on all the progress that we've made, obviously the continuum of care, SJ Cares, you guys taking on probation. And I don't think a lot of people understand what you guys have been doing with the Shine app. The frustration that we dealt with COC and HMIS and the gaps. And you guys have just absolutely knocked it out of the park with this. And the more people we can get online using it and utilizing it, and all the touches that we have with the folks that are unsheltered in our communities, and it's just an absolute home run. So that's why I asked you guys to come and present, because I think it's something that you guys have turned into a very useful tool in combating not only homelessness, unsheltered documentation, your guys' safety, knowing when you're going in places, the availability of, I don't want to steal your thunder, so.
I was going to say, I don't need to do a presentation.
It's all right.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Chair Dollywall, Vice Chair Ding, Supervisor Rickman, Canepa, Gardia, County Council, Clerk of the Board, and Regalo, CAO's office. My name is Jamie Grant. I am one of the Deputy Chiefs, Probation Officers at Probation, and I currently oversee the SJ Cares program. So on September 9th, 2025, Anshar Labs presented to you guys the Shine app, as well as an update on SJ Cares. Today, I have the honor of providing you real-time milestones and accomplishments of SJ Cares and the Shine app. Through our continued partnership with healthcare services, our multidisciplinary team consists of probation, behavioral health, and correctional health. This team utilizes the Shine app on a daily basis to onboard individuals, to get them onboarded so that we can quickly identify the needs and link them to services. My staff have repeatedly said how easy it is to navigate the system, as well as get them linked to services quicker. Probation and the SJ Cares team, along with Healthcare Services and our Sheriff's Department, worked very closely with Anshar Labs to develop, test, and improve the Shine app. We have been and we will continue to be intentional on our rollout. of the Shine app and wanted to make sure that it was tested and approved before we start rolling it out to other agencies. In January 2026, we invited and trained 5 of our local law enforcement partners. As you can see up there, we invited Tracy Police Department as well as their Familiar Faces. That is the outreach group that is out working with the unhoused. Our Stockton Police Department, the officers that are assigned to the strategic officers, they are boots on the ground, working with the unhoused. Our Lodi police officer, who is the unhoused representative there, Manteca, as well as Lathrop. The goal of the Shine app is to increase coordination amongst agencies, improve communication, and ensure everyone responding to homelessness is afforded the same tools and information. So last year, the county conducted a comprehensive emergency shelter evaluation, and one of the recommendations that came out of that evaluation was the need for real-time shelter bed availability. Since the Shine presentation in September of last year, Anshar Labs created a sister app called the Shine Shelter app, and this was designed to fill that gap. It collects real-time bed availability, and it feeds directly into the Shine app. Real-time shelter bed availability has been a gap, and it is something that is new to the county. The shelter providers, it's simple. The shelter providers, basically, they open up the app, they input the number of beds that they have available in the app, and it directly feeds into the Shine app. And that is the app that our boots on the ground officers are utilizing on a daily basis. So when outreach is being conducted and individuals are being onboarded into the app automatically on the back end starts filtering the demographics that are being provided. And then at the end, it will ask if they want shelter, and it will give them in order by their demographics, the shelters that are available around you, as well as the bed count that's available. So as you can imagine, if we didn't have this, we would be calling up multiple shelters to see if there's beds available. Now, as you can see on the picture, there is the name of the shelter, and then there's a telephone little icon there. We can call right then and there in the field, and we can reserve a bed at that given shelter. So again, this level of real-time coordination did not previously exist. So this innovative approach, it will significantly strengthen how outreach teams connect individuals to shelters and their services. And an example is, I think it was just like 2 weeks ago, one of our officers was out in the field with Stockton PD, and they came across an individual who needed recuperative care. And through the onboarding process, they were able to get that individual into the shelter, into their recuperative care through the application. So again, that real-time information is critical. And also when we were onboarding our shelter providers, they were very interested in knowing what other shelters had available. Because if somebody comes and they don't have anything, a bed available, they can look at this app and then they can look at neighboring shelters. So the Shine developer, Anshar Labs, is going to develop a read-only public interface where anybody can see the availability, which will be very useful for the outreach workers. So how has this helped? In the last 6 months, staff have expressed how everything is quickly at their fingertips. It's easy to use, it's quick, It provides safety awareness. And it allows for peer-to-peer communication. So through the app, we can communicate with individuals who are embedded in the app. So Stockton Police can say, hey, here's the person you've been looking for. Lodi can say, hey, I contacted Jamie, she's at this location, and pin it and send it straight to us. So this app is bridging gaps. It's providing missing information, and it's allowing the boots on the ground access to, again, those missing links. The goal of analytics is to move beyond just simple data collection and really begin analyzing outreach patterns, efforts, service utilization across the county. We are working closely with Anchor Labs to further refine the analytic capabilities within the Shine platform. Ultimately, these analytics will help ensure our outreach efforts are data-driven and responsive to the needs that we see within our community. Here is just a quick Can you press play on that? It plays. Well, she's getting that. This is just a glimpse of the heat map within the Shine app. On our end, it popped up just as a thing. For the sake of time. One of the analytic components will be a heat map, and it's pretty cool because we will be able to see where the hotspots are within the county, within each jurisdiction, and you can see the movement. So every time we contact an individual, it's geomapped to a new quadrant, and we can see how the hotspots move. So, we can probably refine it down when the cleanups happen. We will see it move from this little area up here and down. It's pretty cool. Technical difficulties. So the SJ Cares team continues to respond. The data shown is the last 20 months. That is July of 2024 when we first started to March of 2026. And I just wanted to point out a few notable highlights since our last update in September of 2025. Our total contacts are up 48%. We have seen a 64% increase in the number of clients we are serving, as well as an increase of 50% of individuals that we've temporarily housed. And since our last update, we have permanently housed 10 individuals. And that permanently housed, again, is, they're paying their own rent, they're in their own space, and they have reached their self-sufficiency, and they're on their own. So a few success stories since our last update. We had a family of 6 who entered the shelter and has since obtained permanent housing through Central Valley Low Income Housing. The time from shelter to the time of housing was approximately 7 months. We have another unhoused individual who is on formal probation, who'd struggled with addiction for many, many years. And she took the leap and she went into temporary housing. Through there, she engaged in substance abuse treatment to really address her substance abuse addiction. And she has obtained full-time employment. She's maintained her sobriety, and we are now working towards that long-term stability of getting her own place. In July last year, we connected with an individual who was a referral, and he had been living out of his vehicle. He had employment, but just needed, somewhere to get stable. We referred him to Ready to Work, and in November, he reconnected with his daughter. He engaged in programming and, reconnection, and he now continues to live independently and is very successful. And last success story that we have, an individual who is on probation. He's been housed for over 10 years, very resistant to help at first. And one of our officers, through just the continuous engagement, continuous checking in on him, and that rapport building, he accepted support, and he is now in transitional temporary housing. And he had a lot of medical issues, so we've been able to get him stabilized with his medical necessities and his overall health. And again, we are working to get him permanent housing as well. So again, we don't just get them to temporary housing and walk away. We provide that continued case management, that continued support to get them to self-sufficiency. So when you combine the SJ Cares team, community partners, and technology, it allows the county to respond in a more coordinated, informed, and effective manner, linking individuals to services faster, improving collaboration and communication amongst our partners to better address the homeless issue here in San Joaquin County. So until next time, I look forward to providing you with another update soon. But again, I just want to say thank you to the board and our CAO for allowing us to really be innovative and drive this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Vice Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You guys are kicking butt. If I believed in flying commemorative flags, probation, blue line would be up there.
I can get you our logo.
I like logo. Or I'll present you an American flag in honor of the probation. So I have another Bob Vance story for you, since we already heard from Steve Bustlerides that says, one voice can make a difference. And I don't know how many people know this. Anshar Labs didn't just come up with this app and present it to the county. You have a very valuable member of your team named Gina Calder, who was so frustrated by what is going on with, government tends to, they're told to develop an app. So they develop an app, they check the box, and they move on. It doesn't matter if it works. And it was Gina Calder who reached out and voiced her frustration to a friend, and this app came to be. It's not only reached from you to this Board of Supervisors. When we were back in DC 3 weeks ago, meeting with the administration, I basically told the administration in Ding speak, the app that the federal government pays for is crap, and that they actually need something that works. We were on a variety of other conversations about gap housing and so forth, but it gave Genevieve an opportunity to kind of set the table talking about this and how it all connects. And it's all lined up and ready for your visit, Gina, and Supervisor, when you go back to DC to knock this one out of the park. But I especially want to thank Gina for stepping up and making sure this thing happened, for you to understand that this is a great idea. It doesn't do any good if nobody actually puts it into motion. We've had some hangups with some of the local law enforcement groups who didn't understand how valuable it was, and they needed a little prompting to start using it. But the data, the successes speak for themselves. So I just want to say thank you, congratulations.
Thank you.
Supervisor Canepa?
Thank you.
Hey, to Gina, we went and started at COC with HMIS, and they wanted subscriptions for all the law enforcement, and she just said, hey, this isn't working. And she started it and been on there since day one. but your guys' ownership has taken it to the next level. And the outcomes speak for themselves. Just that giving people dignity, and not only that, but the safety aspect, because, hey, what level is this encampment? Not only for you going in it, but anybody else, and those touches, and I think that's what's most important, how, you know what I mean, it's a tool. Talk to text, you could talk to it, and everybody could talk to one another. Before, what agencies talk to one another? They didn't. But now you have access, and the phone numbers are on there, and the instant bed, I mean, it's just win, 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 win. And it was all those gaps. And thank you for owning it as much, probation, and we've dumped that, but SJ Cares, the touches, the, you know what I mean, just like you said, not just dumping somebody off. We did that at the city of Stockton. We did, we gave community medical centers like $5 million to do outreach, behavioral health outreach. Well, guess what? We sent them all out, and there's nowhere to take them. So we did all this outreach, and unless you have somewhere for those places to get the services, and that's what Be Well will be doing next, is the triage of each individual and treating them with dignity and respect. And like you guys have done, it wasn't always the best thing. I thought, oh great, we're gonna send a gun and a badge out, and you guys have rocked it. You know what I mean? So that gun and badge brings caring and compassion with it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Supervisor Gardia?
No, I just appreciate the update, and, you know, seeing you guys out in the field doing your wonders has been very, very enlightening, and the team of probation and SJ Cares is doing a phenomenal job, and I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? No?
Since you're eyeballing me. Thank you, Chairman. Hey, you know, we say it all the time. You guys do a great job. And, you know, and Gina, you know, thank you to Gina for, you know, pushing this out and you guys carrying it to the finish line. I mean, the results speak for itself. So keep up the good work and thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public? Nope. It's just no action required. Jamie, thank you and your team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gina.
We want to celebrate with pizza now.
Board members, any comments or committee reports before we take a 5-minute break?
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Through your permission or through the chair, I mean, I'd like to move to reconsider the board's prior vote on item 1 for clarification and an amendment. I mean, I would like to add a military flag.
County Council?
Yes, that as it turns out, why don't we, I would suggest we take this up after the recess, because we're actually looking to reconsider another matter as well, and, or we go right now.
Well, it's up to the chairman. He's the boss.
Would you like to add that to your motion?
Just to be clear, my understanding is, first you do a motion, we address the motion for reconsideration. If that's approved, then it's as if we didn't take any motion, then we do in two parts, in other words.
Okay. So resend the first one and then make a new one?
The motion would be a motion for reconsideration of discussion item 1. And if that's approved, then we would take it up as if it had never been addressed.
Supervisor Gardia?
I believe in the First Amendment we did earlier this year recognized all federally recognized military holidays.
It's for the historical observance, so it's not necessarily federally. My thought was, I know we've done it in Tracy, recognize military's birthdays.
Yeah, my recommendation is maybe have further conversation after we recess.
Okay. So let's take a 5 minutes break. County Council is requesting before we recess to the closed session. Board will reconvene after the short break. Olivia?
Good afternoon. Thank you for.
One second, we still need, somebody needs to make a motion for reconsideration.
I'd like to make a motion for reconsideration.
And that would be consent item 19, I believe?
Correct. Well, but am I making a motion to reconsider the actions from
You're
2
re-
weeks ago or just 19?
You're making a motion to reconsider consent item 19 in its entirety, including the direction it was given.
So noted.
You need a second? Yeah, second.
You have motion and second, call for vote, please. Motion passes 5-0. Okay, Olivia, please explain to us what we're trying to do.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman. So through the chair, what happened 2 weeks ago is we requested to have a vote to install 2 additional drop boxes and to relocate one. So that's what that was. We do currently have it established that we're going to have drop box cameras on every single drop box, which did increase the cost if we keep our drop box cameras. The ask today with item 19 was to approve our grant. We just made a recommendation that we could use it for the drop box cameras. We do not have to. So the ask today is to approve the grant with the contingency that the ROV will come back and make a different recommendation on what to use that grant funding for. But with that, time is of the essence because we have an election looming and we have to make a plan to install drop box cameras if that's what we're going to do. And my apologies when I left board chambers earlier and went back and looked. We're scheduled next week for the parts to the cameras to be shipped to us so we can begin installation in April for our go live date May 1st. And so if the decision of the board, because of the expense of the cameras, is to not have the cameras separately from the grant, then we would need to know today if the board wants us to move forward with cameras or to not move forward with cameras with to fund any purchase of a camera for the drop boxes.
And so, if I may, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
the purpose of this being I think we're in agreement. We're not, getting the cameras was, an emotional decision at that time. We're not getting any bang for our buck there. They don't capture anything. And the director's got a whole list of things that for ballot security that you would find more advantageous if I'm saying that right.
Correct.
Than paying for cameras that aren't getting us anything. So it's just spending our taxpayer dollars more wisely.
Supervisor Cannon?
Well, that was always my kind of main concern, is that you can go stuff a mailbox just as equally, right? The only concern did the advisory group said that they wanted cameras again, and what was are they hell bent on that? Because that was always kind of one of the sticking points, is that they would say things and then we wouldn't do it. So I want to be mindful of that, right? So
Well, you guys didn't listen to any of the advisory opinions in the last 2 years. Why start now?
Okay, right. I mean, well, no, I was always mindful. I didn't go to war. I mean, obviously, I behaved.
Through the chair, as your election administrator, what I witnessed with our advisory committee is they think the cameras are a good idea. The main conversation with the advisory committee was about the 2 boxes in storage and getting them out there for the public to be able to use them. The drop boxes aren't the expensive part because we've already purchased them. Obviously, a few years ago when we purchased them, that would have been a different conversation. But the drop box cameras and this ongoing cost for these cameras is $250,000 per election. And as your election administrator and all the work we've done in the last several years around our elections, we have changed processes, we have surveys in place, we have chain of custody, we have cameras in place in our vans that our ballots are transported in, we have cameras in the building to ensure the safety and security of those ballots and that no one is tampering with anything. At the drop boxes, and what I like about the drop boxes is the voter takes it out of their hand and they're putting it in a 2,500-pound metal container. That ballot is in there. We have fire suppressants inside if something were to happen, like somebody were to set it on fire. We're doing all of those things. The chain of custody is very rigid and some of the best, I believe, in the state with what we're doing around our vote-by-mail ballots. As long as we have to have vote-by-mail ballots and drop boxes, the cameras are just a bell and whistle, if you will, and I think it makes the public feel good about it. But I also know that the public doesn't want us wasting taxpayer dollars if this board sees that that is true. I don't have an opinion either way, whether we keep cameras or we remove cameras. Election administration, we're doing a safe and secure job with or without the cameras.
Olivia, some locations do have cameras anyway, like if we have a box at a city hall, they have their own cameras that can be used in case we need to.
I would believe so. Anywhere that there's a camera that is not our Dropbox camera and there is footage, I'm sure our law enforcement can do a great job of serving a warrant and getting that footage if they need it. And many of our boxes, not all of them, but many of them are within a line sight of some sort of other camera coverage. That is correct. But it's not manned by the county, so there would be probably the need for our sheriff to say, hey, we need that footage, so.
But at least there's something there, just in case.
In some cases there are, yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Thank you, Chairman. Hey, I like the cameras. I mean, one of the reasons that we put them in place is, the deterrent side. And it's like, yeah, nothing's happening. Oh, well, that's great. I mean, that's like pulling out, law enforcement from a city. Hey, everything's fine, right? And you pull something out and, crime goes back up. I'm not saying this is the case on this side. And, you talk about the financial side. I mean, to me, it's selective outrage, right? I mean, look at the money that we spend. I mean, we can talk about some, which we can't, some closed session items that we discussed. But, I'm forbidden by the Brown Act to discuss that. But, I mean, hey, it's a deterrent. I think the public is, put it at ease. I mean, look at all the stuff that we went through as a board when we're dealing with drop box, the public comments. And I think it does give peace of mind if you hear what's going on. And again, this turns political, of course, but you hear what's going on throughout the country and, both sides at each other's throat over the election integrity. Hey, we're staying neutral. We have cameras. People can see for themselves what's going on when they put their ballots in the box. So for me, $250,000 is a small price to pay. It's and if we're really concerned about financial responsibility, then if we're just starting with that, then hey, let's open up the books and let's bring out closed session items up here on the dais and we can discuss it here and see how this board and this county is spending our money. So with that, Chair, I'll yield my time.
Thank you, sir. Vice Chair?
Okay, Supervisor, I'm going to appeal to your law enforcement background here. We've told everybody in the public there's cameras on these 16 boxes. Don't use those boxes, but the 187 mailboxes don't have cameras. I mean, it's kind of like this business has an alarm, this one doesn't. I mean, they're going to find a way to. I think we've got that is not, it's sleight of hand, it's illusion. What if there's ballot thievery going on? It's happened well before it hits that ballot box, as we've proved with the indictment in ShotCon. So, anyway, when you're ready, I'd like to make a motion.
And Chairman, I agree with you in that sense, but hey, we can only control what we can control. I mean, we don't control the United States Postal Service. We control what we have, and we're the one that puts them out there. And real quick, when you talk about, I know in my district, we're not adding anymore, we're moving like the one at the Elks Lodge to
Large Clover Community Center to serve.
Which I think is more convenient, and it's in a safer area, at least in my opinion. So with that, hey, you guys can make a motion. I'll yield. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
And thank you,
Anybody else?
Supervisor Ding.
Anybody from public?
Through the chair, can I say one more thing?
Yes, please.
I just want to share, no, I just want to share that our office tries to hear each and every one of you and the things that you're recommending. And we've heard you about cost concerns. And we just want to be very mindful that we're good stewards of each of you and to the advisory committee and to the majority of our voters. And sometimes it's very conflicting. And so when we come before you, we're asking for direction so that we can all be in alignment. So thank you.
Anybody? Do we have a motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we move forward with the grant, with the caveat that the expenditure will be brought back to the board, not for the cameras necessarily, but for a alternative security enhancement expenditures.
Is there a second?
I want to clarify, make sure I understand the motion. Is the motion that we move forward with pursuing the grant, but direct the ROV not to expend the money on security cameras?
Correct, and instead return to the board with an alternative list.
Okay, thanks.
Through the chair, to be clear, I'm sorry. So when you say to spend the expenditures, not referring to the grant, just any expenditures on Dropbox cameras?
Correct.
Okay.
We have a motion, is there a second? Motion dies, lack of second. Is there another motion? We still gotta decide.
So you gotta make a motion to take the grant now.
We're taking, if I may, we're taking the money so she's not held up on her deadline, but she's gonna return to the board with expenditures that she feels are more advantageous to the voters and to the taxpayers than the original motion we made 2 weeks ago to spend on cameras.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So what, I'm sorry, what is the motion? That we-
Hang on 1 second. Can you make the motion again, please? Because I announced that the
Can
motion
you just hit
died.
rewind?
Yeah, let's do a rewind.
So I'd like to make a motion that we approve the grant. The expenditure is not spent on cameras at this time, and direct Olivia Hill to return to the board with alternative expenditures that she deems appropriate for board approval.
Okay, that's the motion.
Yeah, and just, I hate to be a troublemaker, but my understanding is you need to make a decision with respect to these cameras before the next.
That's why I said in the first part of the second part of the motion, approve the grant, do not expend the funds that we approved 2 weeks ago specifically for cameras, but instead direct Olivia to return to the board with alternative list of expenditures.
Through the chair, my only concern is 2 weeks ago, what we voted for was to install 2 boxes and to move one. There wasn't a vote on the cameras at that point. It was just to install the new boxes. In fact, from my understanding, there's never been a vote on having cameras. But if we're not going to use the grant which is clear, so the grant, we're going to accept it today, but we're going to return to the board at a later date with opportunities that we can spend the grant on that are not Dropbox cameras. And then the ask is to make sure you're also saying, don't spend any money, not even within the ROV budget, for the cameras for the June 2nd election.
Correct.
My apologies.
Supervisor Rickman?
I just have a quick clarification. Since you're moving the box at the Elks, they already has a camera on there. Is the camera going over with the box?
The cameras are reinstalled every election about 30 days
Oh,
before,
okay.
so it would be going with it, yes.
Yeah, so then what are we discussing here? I mean, I understand, I mean, this is just confusing. So we have 2 new drop boxes that are going in that don't have cameras. Or are they gonna get cameras too?
Every single box gets a camera.
Okay, that's, all right, that's all. And so what we're saying is that money, this grant can't be used on cameras.
Don't use the grant for cameras, and
That's
to
it.
my understanding from the conversation is also don't use any other money. Don't do the cameras for June is what I need clarification on. Is it a yes or a no? Waiting until April 14th would be too late because of our timeline.
That's my motion.
And
A yes is no cameras. A yes vote is no cameras. A no vote is cameras.
A yes vote is no cameras, but instead, she's gonna come back with lists, whether it's human beings, security guards, or more enhancements, whatever that list was that she read that she sees as more advantageous than what we're doing just for appearance sake.
Yeah, just for the chair, just to be clear, I think the ROV needs clarification as to whether or not this board supports expending money on cameras or not. I'm understanding Supervisor Ding's motion to be go for the grant, and we don't support spending money on cameras. We support, and the ROV will come back with alternatives that she thinks are more effective.
Correct.
Supervisor Gardia?
I think because of the time crunch, and we've already have set a pattern where we have cameras on our drop boxes, this is something like we could, in the future, for future elections, go back and look at as if it's our board's wish to have cameras on these drop boxes. But for time's sake, I feel if the ROV already has a budget put aside for cameras for this election, I see moving forward with that same consistency.
But see, this is, if I may,
Yes, sir.
this is every election cycle is another 250 grand, okay? Do you really want her to spend money on these cameras that we really don't find advantageous along with the other money? And then you've got to move it, the federal government happening on Wednesday, tomorrow, or Thursday, that is probably going to nullify all of this because it's voter identification. So I'm just trying to save us 250 grand because we're doing it because it feels good and people say it makes them feel better, even though it doesn't do anything. So I'm looking at our budget if you take care, my dad always said, if you take care of the nickels and dimes, the dollars will take care of themselves. It's only 250,000. It's only $1 million. It's only, we really need to look at every expenditure. And the cameras aren't getting us anything, except for makes us feel good.
Through the chair, something else to add is, yes, ROV is budgeted for this for June, but we are looking for the November election, and it is a talk. We've had to request a supplemental through the budget process in order to pay for cameras in November. And so we can definitely still bring back an item at a normal time to discuss for November, if that's what I believe was the ask. I'm not sure.
Through the chair, and that was my ask. I just feel, due to time constraints, I think there's something that we can revisit in the future.
November, so you would like to revisit November, not June?
Do I need to remove my second?
What's the question? I was just checking, I didn't hear the question.
Is a motion still valid, or do we have to do a remotion?
No, there's a motion pending, as I understand it. There is not yet a second.
So there's no second?
Mario seconded.
Did you re-second his motion?
You seconded,
The original, but we had quite a bit of further discussion after.
Following clarification, then Supervisor Ding restated a motion and has not gotten a second on that yet. The motion had previously died, made a new motion, Mario seconded it, but then there was further discussion.
So is the Supervisor Gardia withdrawing his second? Am I correct?
I'm withdrawing my second.
Okay. So we have a motion, do we have a second? Nope, motion dies again. Do we have another motion about item number 19? Because Olivia needs direction.
I make the motion to accept the earlier thing to take the $8,000 grant from the state of California.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and second. Call for vote, please. Okay, motion passes 5-0.
Through the chair, to be clear, we are keeping Dropbox cameras for June, and the ask is for me to bring back a timely item to discuss November again. Is that correct?
Supervisor Canepa? Is that correct?
Yes, yes, I just worry that there wasn't enough public here to debate this issue.
Thank you.
Okay, we are ready for closed session. County Council, can you please announce the items?
Point of order. I have that reconsideration.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that. Yep, item number 1. Olivia, we are done with 19. Thank you.
You can stay if you want. Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion to consider for clarification and amendment, discussion item number 1.
And that is to add military flags, right? On the birthdays?
Yeah, through the chair, right now the motion is just for reconsideration, but I think that's an accurate
That's afterwards.
description of the reason for the motion for reconsideration.
Okay, vote on the reconsideration? Yes. There's a motion for reconsideration. We have a motion and second. Call for vote, please. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Chairman. And what I wanted to add to the earlier motion through the friendly amendment was to add the official U.S. Armed Forces birthday observances. And those dates would be U.S. Army, June 14th, U.S. Navy, October 13th, U.S. Air Force, September 18th, U.S. Marine Corps, November 10th, U.S. Coast Guard, August 4th, and U.S. Space Force, December 20th. And earlier, also, for clarification, I stated when asked by our chairman, the Gold Star date, it's in the month of September. This year falls on September 27th. I said 30th. So that would be the correction. But to clarify that, it would be in the month of September.
Do we fly the flags for the birthdays already or no?
No.
No.
And if you wanted to, and to you, Counselor, to make it framing for policy, would it be historically recognized commemorative flags when related to these? Or with just U.S. Armed Forces birthday observances?
I didn't hear the question.
Okay, that's fine. We'll
Yeah.
just go ahead and do official U.S. Armed Forces birthday observances.
Okay, and just for clarification, is part of your motion also to keep the ability to, by a 4/5 vote of the board, add additional flags? Because that's still part of your motion?
Correct.
Okay. And just so I understand, this Gold Star commemorative flag, which is September 27th of this year, does that change yearly? But does the date change every year, but it's always in September? Is that what you-
It's always in September, but I'm not sure about the.
I
Okay.
believe, well, I know that Gold Star Parents' Day, I believe, is the third Sunday of September. And so it would always fall on the next business day following the third Sunday of the month.
So, whatever that's why I said just put a general September. And then we can, whatever you guys want to do. But that's what you guys can decide that.
Supervisor Gardia,
I accept that friendly amendment.
Vice Chair?
I'm just wondering why we're amending the original motion and why he just isn't making a motion to add
What's that?
these observances and dates to the already existing motion.
Just through the chair, as I interpret it, there was a motion for reconsideration, the board approved doing that. Now Supervisor Rickman is making a motion to amend the proposal, and Supervisor Gardia, I believe, has accepted this, has seconded that. I don't think we're amending the original motion. We're just.
Just adding.
Just adding. Okay.
So we have a motion and second. Call for vote, please. Supervisor Gardia. Motion passes 5-0. Yes?
You can't. What the hell?
Can, you have a comment? I have a question. You have a question? Please step up to the lectern, please.
When are you all going, or I know it's happened in the past, flying the transgender pride flag this year for Transgender Day of Visibility?
It's a pride flag.
The transgender flag.
I'm not aware of county flying it.
We should have that too.
That's a proclamation. It's Proclamations Day.
To fly? No. There was a proclamation, but not to fly the transgender flag. The motion was to fly the pride flag.
Is it happening this year?
Yes,
Like on TDOV?
yes.
Did they say it today?
Can I say something? So that's what the thing is to have it on the calendar every year, so that the pride flag-
Microphone, please, so we're on record.
Huh?
Microphone.
Oh, it's on. Oh, thank you.
We can answer your question, but we can't engage in a discussion because the law doesn't allow us.
That's what the vote right now is on, is whether or not to allow the pride flag to be flown every year.
Right now,
Yes.
that's you're literally voting on that right
Yes,
now?
Yeah. That's it. That's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. Fine.
Thank you. Okay, County Council, can you please announce the items on closed session?
Yes, we are going into closed session for for a conference with labor negotiator, I should say, California Government Code 54957.6. I am not anticipating any reportable action coming out of closed session.
Thank you, sir. Anybody from public want to speak on these items? Nope. We will recess to closed session.
Are we adjourning, Chairman? Since we're not coming back to report out?
Sure, yes.
Adjourning?
Adjourning.
Yes.
Adjourning to closed session. No.
Unless there's reportable action, right?